in order to ensure that we have the best research possible to deal with our ongoing biosecurity risks and disease risks that, unfortunately, there are so many of these days.
Lord, can I pay tribute to those poultry farmers across Norfolk, and in particular my former constituency of North West Norfolk, who set the highest possible standards of biosecurity and animal welfare. Can she say something about what HMG is doing to coordinate action across the devolved administrations? Can she confirm to the House that her department is firmly in control and there is one unified policy?
I can absolutely reassure the noble lord on that. I speak very regularly with the devolved administration's counterparts. We discuss issues like avian influenza, and my officials work very constantly when we have an outbreak like this with the devolved administration officials as well.
My Lords, you will be aware that under the European regulations, Northern Ireland comes under the European regulations for organic egg production and not the UK ones. And I'm wondering, because of the impact on avian influenza on free-range eggs, that is an impact on organic egg production in the UK. And would the Minister consider having a lobby to bring Northern Ireland under the UK organic egg regulations as opposed to the EU?
The noble lord is absolutely right, and again, this is why I regularly meet with both the Permanent Secretary and the Minister in DERA to discuss exactly these sorts of issues, because what we don't want is any part of the UK to be at an unnecessary disadvantage. It's really important that we support egg producers and poultry producers, whichever part of the UK they're in, and I was certainly happy to discuss that suggestion with officials.
My Lords, I'm sure the noble lady the Minister is aware of the disturbing outbreak in the US of H5N9, which is, for the first time, this variant of avian influenza has proved to be highly pathogenic, and 119,000 ducks on one farm are being killed as a result of this. Given that H5N1 is also circulating extremely widely in the US, clearly out of control in animal circumstances and with some human cases, is the government working with the US government, speaking to the US government? No one is safe until everyone is safe, and the current situation with highly pathogenic avian flu in the US is deeply concerning.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, of course, we work internationally on issues like this, and we're currently monitoring the situation in the USA. And I think it's important to point out that the influenza of avian origin in the USA is a single genotype, B3.13, of highly pathogenic avian influenza. It's been identified in lactating cattle, as the noble lady points out, and we are trying to understand the virus strain that's associated with these cases. We have published a case definition to allow us to monitor, triage, and if necessary, test any report cases so we can focus any resources appropriately. But it doesn't change the risk level. It's important to stress this. It doesn't change the risk level for mammalian livestock in the UK, which is currently very low. We have no reason to suspect the virus is circulating in our cattle, and nor is this virus strain circulating in Europe.
My Lords, while entirely agreeing with the noble lady the Minister that the risk to humans is very low, nonetheless, more than once in the past, we have used H5N1 as a basis for potential pandemic preparedness. And would it not be a wise moment to re-enter the question of pandemic preparedness and a training exercise, looking at the risks associated with mutation of this virus so that it were transmissible between humans?
I mean, of course, it's absolutely critical that we are on top of issues that the noble lord raises, because I think we all would agree that there is likely to be another pandemic on the horizon at some point in the future. So we really do need to ensure that we look at all areas where we could have potential problems, shall we say. We are looking very closely at what's happened where we have had transmission from birds to humans. At the moment, it is clearly only when poultry owners spend a lot of time handling infected birds. So that is not a genuine concern for human contamination, but absolutely we have to be prepared for the next pandemic.
My Lords, time allowed for this question has now elapsed. I suggest we take a short break for the House to reorganise. My Lords, second reading of the Renters' Rights Bill, Baroness Taylor of Stevenage.
My Lords, I beg to move that this bill be now read a second time. I would like to first extend my thanks to the many noble lords with whom I have spoken about this bill, and members of this House and outside it who have worked so hard to improve the private rented sector over many years. And can I say how much I'm looking forward to the maiden speeches of my noble friends Baroness Brown and Lord Wilson. The private rental system needs to change. It currently provides the least affordable, poorest quality and most insecure housing of all tenures. The insecurity it engenders creates uncertainty in the lives of tenants and allows good landlords to be undercut by the minority of rogues and chancers. In short, my lords, the 11 million private renters and the 2.3 million landlords across England are being failed. The Renters' Rights Bill brings forward the most significant changes to the sector for nearly 40 years. This bill will strengthen the security of tenure for tenants, ensure they are paying a fair rent, guarantee a minimum standard that they can expect from a property, provide new, robust avenues to redress, and more. The Government has worked closely with those across the sector to ensure the measures in the bill strike the right balance, and I will now set out some of these key measures. As many noble lords will be aware, the bill will deliver the Government's manifesto commitment to abolish Section 21 no-fault evictions as soon as possible, removing the threat of arbitrary eviction and granting them the security and stability they deserve. Section 21 evictions can wreak havoc with tenants' employment, schooling and lives in general. As leader of Stevenage Council, I saw at first hand the knock-on effects that arbitrary evictions can have on families' physical and mental health, with more people pushed into inadequate temporary accommodation. The case that always sticks with me is the parents of a SEND child, a special educational needs child, who fought to get their child into a school near where they lived and then were evicted from the very property that was near to that school. It's unacceptable that over 123,000 households in England are currently living in temporary accommodation. This includes 159,380 children, the highest number of children in temporary accommodation on record. Removing this threat will immediately improve the lives of millions. The Government does also recognise the vast majority of landlords provide an excellent service, and it is vital to ensure that landlords can reclaim their properties when they need to. And to this end, new, clear and expanded possession grounds are being introduced. We will ensure the grounds are as watertight as possible so they cannot be abused by landlords seeking possession for the wrong reasons. These robust grounds will ensure that there is no room for loopholes in the system, and tenants will benefit from longer notice and protected periods. The new tenancy system will operate on the basis of periodic tenancies. This will support tenants who want to leave poor quality homes or face circumstances such as domestic abuse. Tenants will be able to give 2 months' notice at any point. I know several noble lords have raised concerns with the removal of fixed-term tenancies. To be clear, it is a core principle of this bill and this Government's firm belief that there is no place for fixed terms in the future assured tenancy system. Both landlords and tenants will benefit from a simpler system with a single set of rights and responsibilities. Neither group should be locked into a fixed term if their circumstances change. When designing the grounds, the government has taken time to ensure the bill works for everyone, including students. To meet this goal, a new possession ground has been created to allow landlords renting to students in HMOs to seek possession ahead of each new academic year, facilitating the yearly cycle of short-term student tenancies. To further protect the student market, private purpose-built student accommodation will be removed from the assured tenancy system in recognition of the limited market such accommodation focuses on, and the differences between purpose-built accommodation and off-street private housing rented to students. Providers must sign up to government-approved codes of practice which will ensure homes are safe and good quality to be removed from the assured tenancy system. The bill also makes changes to the system by which rent can be increased, preventing unscrupulous landlords from using unfair rent increases to evict tenants by the back door. Landlords will now only be able to increase rents once a year and must do so through the Section 13 process. Tenants will be empowered to challenge egregious increases at the first-tier tribunal without fear of receiving a higher rent than the landlord initially intended. To further support tenants trying to do the right thing, a mandatory repeated rent arrears ground will not be included in the bill. We will also increase the mandatory threshold for eviction under the mandatory rent arrears ground from 2 to 3 months. The bill proposes new laws to end the cruel practice of rental bidding wars by landlords and letting agents. For too many tenants, rental bidding restricts their ability to make an informed choice about one of the most financially significant decisions they face. They are led to think they have found a property they can afford to rent, only to discover they will need to pay way over the asking price in order to secure it. Our reforms will end this practice for good. Landlords and letting agents will be required to publish an asking rent for their property and will then be prohibited from asking for, encouraging or accepting a higher offer. Following amendment at Commons report, the bill will also limit the amount of rent in advance that a landlord can require after the tenancy has been signed, but before the tenant has taken possession, to a maximum of 1 month. That aside, landlords will no longer be able to include any terms in the tenancy agreement that have the effect of requiring rent to be paid prior to the rent due date. Tenants will retain the flexibility to make payments of rent in advance during the tenancy, should they wish to do so. Taken together, these measures will prevent the small number of unscrupulous landlords from setting tenants against each other or excluding altogether renters who are perfectly able to afford the monthly rent on a property. My Lords, everyone in the private rented sector is entitled to a safe and decent home. This bill will make it illegal for landlords and letting agents in England, Scotland and Wales to discriminate against tenants in receipt of benefits or because they have children. Local councils will have strong enforcement powers to tackle unlawful practices related to rental discrimination. Mortgage lenders and insurers will also no longer be able to impose restrictive, discriminatory terms. Now, pets can bring a huge amount of joy to people's lives, and this cannot be restricted to those lucky enough to own their own home. We are committed to supporting responsible pet ownership in the private rented sector. The bill will ensure landlords do not unreasonably withhold consent when a tenant requests to have a pet in their home, with the tenant able to challenge unfair decisions. We know that some landlords are concerned about potential damage caused by pets. That's why the bill will allow landlords to require insurance covering pet damage. And can I just thank the noble lords, including the Earl of Kinnaul, Lord Trees and Lord de Clifford, for their fantastic expertise that they've shared with us to ensure that these reforms will work as intended, and we continue to work with them. The Decent Home Standard, which applies only to the social rented sector, will apply to the private rented sector and be enforceable for the first time. This will ensure privately rented homes are safe, secure and hazard-free, tackling the blight of poor quality homes. The bill will also extend the application of AWAB's law to the private rented sector, enabling the setting of clear legal expectations about the timeframes within which landlords must make homes safe when they contain serious hazards. We will launch a consultation on the content of the Decent Home Standard for social and privately rented homes in the coming months. We will also set out further information about the timescales for implementation in due course. The bill provides for the introduction of a new PRS landlord ombudsman service that will deliver quick, fair, impartial and binding resolutions for tenants whose landlords fail to resolve legitimate complaints. The Ombudsman will support a number of new measures the bill introduces. For example, giving tenants further opportunity to escalate issues where a landlord has encouraged a bidding war or unreasonably refuses a pet. The Housing Ombudsman Service has extensive experience in tenant-landlord services and redress and is well placed to deliver streamlined redress for both private and social tenants. We said in opposition that we agreed with this approach and we are still of that view. However, this is not a final decision. We will continue working to design the best possible service for users, and following a full value for money assessment, we will determine who is best placed to deliver a high quality service. This bill also introduces a private rented sector database through which tenants will be able to access information to inform choices when entering new tenancies. Landlords will be able to understand their obligations and demonstrate compliance, and local authorities will be able to use the database to target enforcement activity. We will continue to consider what information is necessary to collect to support more informed rental experiences for tenants, and to provide local authorities with a data set which will support the enforcement of health and safety standards in the private rented sector. The changes I've just mentioned have the potential to transform the experience of renting in England, but their success is contingent on effective enforcement. The bill will strengthen local councils' enforcement powers and introduce a new requirement for councils to report on enforcement activity. The bill includes a staged enforcement framework for local authority enforcement. New maximum penalties of £7,000 and £40,000 will be introduced for initial or minor compliance, and then for serious, repeat or persistent non-compliance respectively. The bill will also significantly strengthen rent repayment orders. This will provide a stronger deterrent against non-compliance and further empower tenants to take action against landlords when they commit offences. More offences will be brought into the scope of rent repayment orders. Further changes include making sure superior landlords and company directors can be held liable, and doubling the maximum amount a landlord can be ordered to pay from 1 to 2 years' rent. We are also doubling the period in which tenants and local authorities can apply for a rent repayment order and requiring repeat offenders to pay the maximum amount. New investigatory powers will make it easier for councils to identify and fine unscrupulous landlords. Local authorities will be able to request information from third parties and to enter business premises and I have to say in much more limited circumstances, but they will be able to enter residential premises to gather evidence where required. The new powers contain safeguards to ensure they are used appropriately and proportionately. It is imperative that the reforms in the bill can be handled by the courts and the tribunal system, and I know many noble lords have expressed concerns about this and have raised them with me. I would like to reassure noble lords we are working closely with the Ministry of Justice to ensure the justice system is prepared for the implementation of this bill. Most tenancies end without court proceedings being required, and the digitisation of the court possession process will make the process easier to navigate for landlords and tenants in those cases where they do. I will be meeting very soon with a number of noble lords who have expressed interest in this digitisation process, and I look forward to that further engagement. My lords, I know we all share a wish to see fairness and proportionality in any regulatory framework. We believe we have achieved that in our reforms, and I very much look forward to your scrutiny of the bill. The bill ensures tenants can put down roots in their communities. They deserve to enjoy that stability just as homeowners do. and we should reward landlords that provide the excellent service that so many of them do. This will be the biggest change to the experience of renting in this country for generations. I believe the measures in the Renters' Rights Bill are sufficiently comprehensive, robust and balanced to achieve that change and give all tenants a better place to call home. I move.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time.
My Lords, I declare my interest as set out in the Register as Vice President of the Local Government Association. And my Lords, I very much look forward to the maiden speeches of Baroness Brown of Silvertown and Lord Wilson of Sedgefield, and welcome them to the House. My Lords, the Renters' Rights Bill is counterproductive. Whilst the government may have good intentions, they will drive landlords from the market, reducing choice and putting up rent for the tenants they seek to protect. While we discuss this bill, I think it's important to remind ourselves who landlords are. Around 45% own one rental property, with another 40% owning 2 to 4. In many, if not most cases, these are not professional landlords. They may have gained an extra property when a family member has died or through marriage later in life, or perhaps they are invested in a property or two to use as a pension. To expect them to be able to cope with all the costs and burdens placed on them by this bill is at best naive, my Lords. Many decent landlords and safe quality homes will leave the rental market as a result. We must absolutely deal with bad landlords, my Lords, but in most circumstances there is no reason a good landlord would want to lose a good tenant. It is their interest to keep a steady income from a reliable tenant that respects their property. Having an empty property is expensive, and there is significant fees and paperwork involved with finding a new tenant. While trying to protect and improve living conditions for renters, the government should be very careful not to do the opposite and make it worse for them. Of course, my Lords, the last Conservative government did introduce our own version of this bill, the Renters Reform Bill. It was the first introduced in the House of Commons in May 2023 and eventually had second reading in your Lordship's House in May 2024, but was not taken any further before the general election. The bill did not make quick progress, my Lords, because we wanted to take our time to get this right. We were listening to representations from the sector and carefully considering the impact of our policies. We made changes during the bill's passage through the House of Commons, most notably on the readiness of the courts, and further changes were planned for the House of Lords, most notably to carve out student lets. We recognised that some reform to our rental market was necessary to protect tenants from the abuse at the hands of rogue landlords, but it was always important to us that we balance the rights of tenants to live safe and peacefully in their homes they were renting with the rights of landlords, particularly with respect to their property rights. The government was trying to balance the seesaw, and I know we didn't get everything right. Many felt that the measures that were introduced by the bill went too far in the favour of tenants and too far against the landlords in a way that would work to the detriment of the rental market. And I have sympathy with that. However, we are listening to the concerns that were being raised, and we were making changes to the bill as it progressed. My Lords, if the renters' reform didn't quite balance the seesaw, the renters' rights tips it over. This is not the same bill that the last Conservative government introduced, and the government are rushing it through without any care for the repercussions that will reverberate throughout the sector. Labour has abandoned our commitment to improvements in His Majesty's Courts and Tribunal Service before abolishing 21 for existing tenancies, as well as our 6-month implementation period before abolishing Section 21 for new tenancies, meaning that our courts will not be resourced as they need to be, my Lords. Labour has abandoned our requirements that the Lord's Chancellor needs to access the court's possession processes before abolishing Section 21 for existing tenancies, which would have ensured that they were ready for the changes first. Labour has abandoned our plans that would have stopped tenants from being able to give notice during the first 6 months, to give landlords some predictability and protect them against tenants seeking to exploit these new arrangements for rolling tenancies such as holiday lets. Labour has abandoned our plans to make it easier to remove antisocial tenants, which we were changing from likely to cause a nuisance or annoyance to capable of causing a nuisance or annoyance, making it much harder to evict those who deserve to be evicted. And Labour has abandoned our commitment to sufficiently carve out student accommodation, where it is essential that both landlord and tenants have the certainty of fixed-term contracts to plan for subsequent years. Not only has the government removed many of the safeguards and improvements for landlords that we put in the bill, but they have also added many concerning measures of their own. They are increasing the mandatory eviction threshold for rent arrears from 2 months to 3 months, significantly increasing the loss incurred by landlords when a tenant isn't paying for the property they are occupying. They are shortening the time limit for landlords to consider a pet, which we know to be a significant issue in itself. And they are rushing, in our opinion, the implementation of AWAB's law for the private sector, a law that was designed for the social housing sector and could have significant implications for smaller landlords if not implemented very carefully. And if that wasn't enough, Labour took the bill even further through the amendments they made in the House of Commons. They introduced amendments to include restricting the payment of rent in advance, which will hit self-employed renters and those with bad credit ratings most severely, where a landlord is now even less likely to want to take the risk on them, and requiring landlords to pay compensation to tenants when they possess their properties, burdening landlords with even more unfair costs, even if they have no choice but to take their property back and may have already spent a lot of money to do so. Much has changed since the original bill was introduced, and we must acknowledge the broader context that this bill and the sector finds itself in. Landlords are leaving the rental sector at a higher rate than ever, with many citing rental reforms as their reason for leaving. Rightmove has estimated that 18% of homes up for sale were previously rented, compared with 8% in 2010. In London, where we know the problem in the rental market can be most acute, the situation is even worse. 29% of homes for sale in our capital city were previously rented out. On top of this inflated package of rental reforms, they now also have the minimal energy efficiency standards to contend with. Ed Miliband, the Secretary of State for Energy and Climate Change, is requiring all private rented and social rented homes to meet EPC-C by 2030. Industry estimates that this could cost the sector £25 billion, an average of £5,400 per home. This is a cost, my lords, that many landlords, particularly with those with only 1 or 2 properties, just cannot take. And of course, my lords, this is set against a backdrop of ever-increasing taxation from the government that does not understand how our economy works. All these issues compound to make our country an unattractive, burdensome and expensive place to be a landlord, however fair and decent one might be to their tenants. There is always a balance to be found with legislation, and respect for property rights is essential in this case for investment and stability, and I would expect the risk of legal challenge on this bill to be very high. There will certainly be a few interested parties queuing up to challenge the government over the rights to their own property. If the government aren't careful and continue with such an aggressive pursuit of landlords, there is a good chance their bill will get stuck in the courts and not be able to benefit anyone. In Scotland, my lords, similar legislation has resulted in the highest rent increases in the United Kingdom because of demand far outstripping supply. The Nationwide Foundation found that 70% of landlords and letting agents lack confidence in the future of the sector. This has led to a significant reduction in rental stock, which has made it much more difficult and expensive for tenants to find a home, especially those on low incomes. My lords, we must learn from Scotland's mistakes. My lords, there will always be people who want or need to rent rather than buy their home. We must ensure there is a stable rental market for them, and we will do all we can to convince the government to think carefully about how they proceed. We intend to bring forward amendments through the passage of the bill that address some of the most pressing concerns, including the capacity and the operation of the courts, student landlords who need the certainty of length of tenure and other mutually agreeable fixed-term contracts, some exemptions for smaller landlords who are less able to weather these changes, the availability of insurance for damage caused by pets, consideration of the property rights of landlords and the impact on the housing market. And we will pursue these amendments for the benefits of landlords and tenants alike, because all we know that will happen if we don't. The government's own impact assessment acknowledged that tenants will see increased costs as a result of their policies, and I quote, "It is likely that landlords will pass through some costs of new policies to tenants in the form of higher rents to offset those costs and maintain a degree of profit." Close quotes. Surely, my lords, the government can't want this, and I hope they will listen to the concerns being raised by the sector and by many noble lords across this House before, my lords, it's too late.
My lords, the Liberal Democrats welcome this bill and support the fundamental principles in it of rebalancing the relationship between landlord and tenant. We thank the Minister for the meeting so far and look forward to working with her to make progress. And we look forward to hearing the maiden speeches of Lord Wilson and Baroness Brown. We are particularly supportive of the measures to immediately ban Section 21 eviction notices. Frankly, this change couldn't come soon enough for so many, and we owe it to the almost 1 million renters who have been on the receiving end of a no-fault eviction since the change was promised in the 2019 Conservative Manifesto. They are only a small fraction of the vast numbers who have lived with the insecurities of the now most common form of tenure, assured shorthold tenancies, since they were first introduced in 1988. Given all the similarities to the previous Renters Reform Bill, in particular on scrapping no-fault evictions, it was so disappointing to see the Conservatives in the other place attempting to block the bill altogether. They need to deliver on their original promise. This much heralded but delayed change by the previous government remains nothing short of a scandal and has left a legacy for tenants that we should have uppermost in our minds during the progress of the bill. The promise to ban no-fault evictions, followed by dither and delay, made it, if possible, the market even worse for tenants, prompting a 30% growth in Airbnb short-term lets, taking away even more security of tenure from other tenants. There is one small silver lining. The sector itself has had significant notice of this change and therefore time to prepare for no-fault ban evictions. Tenants are aptly described as the people on the front line of Britain's housing emergency in Vicky Spratt's excellent book entitled Tenants. She outlines the ever-widening gaps between those who own and those who rent. All issues such as inequality to fuel poverty, mental and physical health, cost of living and lack of social mobility are impacted by insecurity of tenure or a home that you simply can't rely on. The direct link between evicted as a tenant and homeless is well documented by, amongst others, the Local Government Association. At the heart of this issue is a lack of supply of suitable homes. We strongly support the government's ambitions to end homelessness, but that needs to be matched with greater ambition to build social and council homes for rent, 150,000 per year, which was in our manifesto, along with a programme of insulation for all housing, a planning change of use to control second homes, and new powers to council to halt right to buy based on local needs. Of course, my lords, the elephant in the room when it comes to the private rented sector is rents, and we on these benches regret the lack of progress on this issue. Whilst we welcome the ban on bidding wars, which in turn drives up rent, this bill still doesn't deal with the chronic level of rent increases. Private rent inflation may have slowed down, but it is still rising faster than CPI. The Renters Reform Coalition, and I thank them for their briefing, rightly highlights this will continue to leave open significant increases in rent as a means to evict. As the Renters Coalition makes clear, England's rents as a share of disposable income are some of the highest in Europe, with 2/3 of in-work private renters struggling to pay. This government's house-building plans will not change the supply crisis for years and will not fix this rent problem. Amendments by our Liberal Democrat colleague Gideon Amos MP link rent rises to the Bank of England base rate, and we will be looking at options such as CPI, national wage growth during committee stages. Given the poor condition of so many private lets, and with the English Housing Survey 23-24 highlighting that the private rented sector has the highest proportion of non-decent dwellings at 21%, we welcome the extension of the Decent Home Standard and the introduction of AWAB's law across the PRS. However, we have significant concerns about enforcement, which other colleagues will elaborate on. Likewise, we welcome the protection for renters on benefits and with children. Instability in this area cannot be understated, given that a quarter of all private renters have lived in 3 or more homes in the past 5 years. Therefore, we welcome the 12-month protected period at the start of new tenancies, and we will continue to explore the possibility of another extended period of tenancy guaranteed as an incentive to landlords to build to rent. We will be looking to improve the bill, for example, when it comes to supporting those who serve the whole nation in our military and give the ultimate service. Our colleague Helen Morgan MP in the last Parliament campaigned to ensure that MOD housing is included when it comes to decent homes. The Kerslake Commission report, Homes Unfit for Heroes, commissioned by John Healey MP, lays bare how poor the standards are, and I would ask the Minister in her response to let us know the possibility of including service accommodation in this bill. We live in an uncertain world. Putting our armed forces and their families into shoddy, inadequate housing, impacting health and morale, is a failure of our duty to them. Finally, my noble friend, Baroness Thornhill, will lead us in our attempts to improve and expand the database. The majority of landlords that we know about, the ones that will participate in this debate or have briefed us, are the ones we can see, the ones that will immediately join the database and the Ombudsman scheme. They, like the majority of tenants, are responsible landlords. But we know so little. It is the landlords we can't see about whom we have the limited knowledge, information and transparency. A database can either be a tick box exercise or a significant game changer on this. I hope the bill progresses and that it will be the latter. Tonight, as we speak, a primary school child will be in their 3rd rental, say, in a year. Will know the insecurity no child should have to bear, health-defining, future-defining, and life-defining. And we owe it to that future generation to get this right, but to do it soon.
I thank the noble Baroness, the Minister, for her introduction today and for many helpful meetings on the bill. and I look forward to the maiden speeches of the noble Lord Wilson, the noble Baroness Brown. My Lords, I declare my housing and property interests as on the register, including that I have family members who own rented property. My Lords, the bill before us introduces much-needed reforms to the private renter sector, the PRS, which I greatly welcome. However, I want to address a big question that I know is in the minds of a number of your lordships. However necessary the reforms to the PRS, will the bill lead to large numbers of landlords exiting the market? And if a lot of landlords decide this kind of investment is no longer for them, what will happen to the rental market? My Lords, a mass exodus of landlords seems very unlikely. Property remains an attractive long-term investment in uncertain times. But analysis by the consultancy Savills shows a gradual reduction in private rental properties has already been underway in London. Despite the arrival of the new providers of build-to-rent apartments, it seems entirely possible that the bill will lead to more landlords selling up. Keeping up with the new legislative requirements not only necessitates use of proper professional lettings agents, but will also mean substantial investment for properties in need of modernisation. Meeting decent home standards comes alongside a forthcoming duty to upgrade properties to higher energy efficiency standards. Many landlords, particularly those who have borrowed heavily in the hope of making capital gains, simply lack the resources to comply with important new demands. My Lords, I conclude that the PRS will get smaller. But, my Lords, this is not necessarily a negative outcome. The private rented sector doubled in size in the early 2000s, and despite a tougher tax regime, today there are still some 2.3 million private landlords. Meanwhile, the expansion of private renting has led to the sector taking on a role for which it is not well equipped. With a steep decline in social housing, and the council and housing association sector is now barely half its former size, the PRS's expansion has had to fill the gap. Yet private renting is seldom the best option for those needing low rents, good quality and long-term security. Nor does the enlarged PRS suit the taxpayer. The sector's higher market rents have propelled more renters into housing benefit at escalating cost to the exchequer. The PRS has found itself performing a role in place of councils and housing associations which suits neither the tenants nor the public purse. This bill could help achieve some rebalancing between the private sector and the social sector. My Lords, of course, an expansion of provision by councils and housing associations through the building of new homes is an essential part of the government's plans for constructing 1.5 million homes during the course of this Parliament. But as well as a substantial new build social housing programme, this seems an important moment to promote the purchase and modernisation of previously privately rented property to house those on lower incomes. If there are more sales of privately rented properties, and if strong enforcement of this bill's new measures deters purchase by less scrupulous landlords, then the opportunity, indeed the necessity, to switch property to restock the much diminished provision by social landlords will emerge. Some local authorities are already active in bringing PRS rentals, including ex-right-to-buy private rentals, into the social housing sector, not least to provide temporary accommodation for homeless families. Buying privately rented property can achieve a speedy solution to urgent, immediate housing problems, while also being there in perpetuity as genuinely affordable, secure accommodation. This is where the housing associations of the 1960s and 1970s came in, buying and modernising the properties of Mr. Rachman and his like. Sometimes, and this can be important too, owner-occupiers will step in and do up the property. No doubt some sales will transfer the homes to larger landlords who can achieve some economies of scale and introduce professional management. But high interest rates and the less favourable tax arrangements now in place may inhibit these buyers, and for sure, local authorities will need to be on their guard to prevent property acquisitions by rogue landlords who do not intend to comply with the new environment introduced by the bill. So, my Lords, how can transfers to social lettings be achieved when this legislation is enacted? I suggest government looks at exemption from capital gains tax for sales of properties from private landlords to social landlords. Such support would pay for itself in reducing the need for ever-rising housing benefit payments, and such an incentive could propel the rebalancing between sectors after so many years of decline for social housing. My Lords, if the PRS was to continue to shrink by about 2% annually, the outcome could be positive, both with an additional 500,000 more homeowners and also 500,000 more social tenancies. In conclusion, I look forward to raising some specific issues during the committee stage of the bill: regulation of lettings agents, constraints on switching long-term lets to short-term letting, the content of the new property register, and the basis for in-tenancy rent increases. For now, I welcome the positive contribution the bill will make.
My Lords, I welcome this bill and the commitment the government has made to tackling the pervasive insecurity and unaffordability of the private rented sector. And I'm delighted to be, when I sit down, to listen to Lord Wilson's maiden speech and Baroness Brown's speech later on. Last week, my Right Reverend friend, the Bishop of Chelmsford, lead Bishop on Housing, chaired a round table with a number of noble lords and members of the Renters Reform Coalition. And although she is unable to be here today, I know that she is looking forward to contributing to this bill as it progresses. This bill is an opportunity to strike a fairer long-term deal that will benefit both landlords and tenants. We must not heed only the voices of tenants themselves, but of landlords groups who have expressed legitimate concerns about any potential negative consequences, however unintended, of the changes introduced by the bill. There are many things the bill gets right, including, to name just a few, the introduction of a private rented sector landlord ombudsman service, the expansion of provisions supporting tenants with pets, my cats and I are grateful, and the extension of Arweb's law to the private rented sector. These are in line with the vision of the Archbishop's Commission on Housing, Church and Community, which argued that good housing should meet the following standard. It should be safe, stable, sociable, sustainable and satisfying. But there do remain some concerns I have about the bill as it stands. First, I believe the bill ought to extend the decent home standard to all temporary and asylum accommodation. Whilst I celebrate the government's decision to introduce a clause extending its scope to temporary accommodation, following a consultation, I note that this change will be at the discretion of the courts on a case-by-case basis. I believe this extension should also apply to dispersed accommodation for asylum seekers, which is currently managed by accommodation providers on behalf of the Home Office. In a debate last week, my Right Reverend friend, the Bishop of Sheffield, correctly identified the need to move from the use of hotels to accommodate asylum seekers to dispersed accommodation sites within communities. This, of course, will require local government to be properly funded to provide support services for asylum seekers, especially children, to enable integration into local schools and communities. I'm also concerned about discretionary grounds for eviction, which could affect tenants, for instance, who are terminally ill. And I welcome the opportunity the bill provides to explore what the remaining grounds for possession need, where they need not to be mandatory. Finally, I now turn to the topic of tied accommodation, and I thank the Minister for her engagement with these benches regarding the bill's implications for those in occupational tied accommodation, a concept which is well defined in law. As the bill progresses, I anticipate that there will be need for further conversations to ensure that charitable retirement housing schemes for those who spend their working life in tied accommodation are not inadvertently prejudiced.
I refer, noble lords, to my entry in the Register of Interests. My lords, I would like to thank all sides of this House for the welcome you've given me to the lords. It's been a warm and gracious welcome, so thank you very much. And I thank the officers of the Lord Speaker, Blackroyd and the Clerk of Parliament. They worked with great professionalism to ensure my introduction to this House went according to plan. I discovered the House of Lords is like the House of Commons, a rabbit warren only with red carpets. I therefore thank the doorkeepers for pointing me in the right direction. And I just want to say thank you also to my noble friends, Baroness Smith of Basildon and Lord Kennedy of Southwark, for their leadership. I would also like to pay tribute to my noble friends, Baroness Armstrong of Hilltop and Lord Hanson of Flint, for sponsoring me. I've known Baroness Armstrong for almost 40 years. As MP for Durham North West, she introduced me to the House of Commons when I won the Setchfield by-election. And Lord Hanson and I shadowed the Home Office between 2010 and 2015. My noble friend was the Shadow Minister and I the Shadow Whip. I remember us winning a couple of votes in committee on one occasion, and I emphasise it was only on one occasion. My noble lords, 2025 is turning out to be an eventful year for the Wilson family. On the 14th of January, I became a grandfather for the third time, this time to a beautiful baby girl. On the 20th of January, I was introduced to this house, and next month my mother will celebrate her 100th birthday. Obviously a little tired after 100 years, Mum is still as sharp as a pin and loves to reminisce. And I'll never forget our face lit up when I told her I was to be a member of the House of Lords. She leaned forward in a chair, reached out for my hand and said, "And your dad was a miner." Oh. Mum was born in 1925 in the colliery village of Fishburn in County Durham. In 1925, this house was home to 26 dukes, 29 marquises, 130 earls and 73 viscounts, none of them, as far as I'm aware, the son or a daughter of a coal miner. My dad was brought up in Trimden, another colliery village just to the north of Fishburn. My parents left school on the eve of the Second World War. Ambition and aspiration were restricted to primarily 3 occupations for men in those villages at that time: work on a farm, go down the pit, or join the army. Dad's first job was on a farm. Since he was in a reserved occupation, he joined the Home Guard and would pick up his rifle and 3 rounds of ammunition from the vicarage to fend off any potential Nazi invasion. His elder brother joined the Royal Artillery on the 30th of August 1939. Evacuated from Dunkirk, he would eventually see service behind the beaches of Normandy with the 2nd Battalion of the SAS. He was our rogue hero. Careers for women in those villages at that time were also rare. Mum worked during the war in a fish shop in Billingham on Teesside, and she still regales the family how it was, in old money, 1 pence for a bag of chips and 3pence for a fish. And every night the Blitz came to Billingham. Every night she took to the bomb shelter or hid under their neighbour's reinforced kitchen table as the Nazis tried to destroy the town. By the time my parents married, Dad was working down the pit and did so for the best part of 40 years. I grew up one of 2 sons on a council estate in Trimden. It was a close-knit community. My lords, I joined the Labour Party many years ago because I believe in ambition and aspiration. There is plenty of talent around, but opportunity for all is scarce. Equality of opportunity is central to a just society. An education that takes you as far as you want to go, a job which enriches your life and that of society, a society in which you are looked after when you are ill, and you live in a home, not just a house. Yeah. And where we all understand the first duty of government is to defend the nation. I had the privilege of representing Setchfield for 12 years. The constituency had moved on from being a mining constituency. The area that was once Setchfield constituency boasts at Newton Aycliffe one of the largest business parks in the northeast. And I'm proud of my part I played in ensuring Hitachi Rail built their train manufacturing plant in the constituency, situated just a few hundred yards from where George Stephenson assembled locomotion number 1 200 years ago this September. My noble lords, the opportunities that were not there for my parents, I wanted to make sure were there for my constituents. The 2019 election was a defeat for me and a defeat for Labour. That election was dire for the country. The electorate was confronted with a choice of Prime Minister, which was not a choice between the lesser of two evils, as many thought, but was, in actual fact, I'm afraid, a choice between the evil of two lessers. It was a torrid time, but I'm pleased and proud Keir Starmer has turned Labour into a party that is once again serious about government, so serious, in fact, that we formed a government after 5 years of a massive defeat. Of course, Tony Blair was my predecessor, and his leadership galvanised Labour to victory. I first met him in the bar of the Trimdon Community College at the time of his selection as Sedgefield's Labour candidate in 1983, and I went on to work for him for many years. Tony had a big smile, big charisma, and big ideas. But if you said to me back then, Tony Blair would go on to form a government that would keep the Conservatives out of power for 13 years and win 3 consecutive general elections, I would have replied, go away, pick up a pen and write a novel. You've got a great imagination. So dreadful was Labour's prospects in 1983. And if you said to me back then, I'd be relaying this story in my maiden speech in the House of Lords, I would have replied, I think you've been drinking one too many pints down a Labour club. I want to end by returning to my granddaughter. Because of medical advancements, you'll probably reach your centenary in 21-25. What kind of world will it be? Will my granddaughter be able to afford to buy her own house? Or will she only be able to afford to rent? Will she live in a society where we understand we can go faster alone, but only go further together? Will she live in a society where free speech isn't just opinion, but is also based in fact and founded in truth? Will our generation prevent another world war so that my grandchildren can live to become grandparents themselves? Will the worst effects of climate change be stopped, or will it not even be safe for her to venture outside? And in 2021, 25, will there still be hereditary peers in the House of Lords? My Lords, the task of us all, especially of this government, is to face the challenges that are moulding the 21st century with all its contradictions, tragedies and opportunities, and to do so with belief, imagination and fortitude. Our responsibility is huge to protect all we believe in: human rights, democracy, the rule of law, equality of opportunity and our way of life. This government needs to be successful for the country and for the sake of all our grandchildren. It is my ambition and aspiration to ensure I play my part in that.
My Lords, I warmly congratulate my noble friend on a powerful and very moving maiden speech. My noble friend is known for being one of the famous 5, a group of local Labour Party members who helped Tony Blair to be selected as a Labour candidate in 1983, as he indicated, and of course the rest is history. My noble friend stepped into those very big shoes when he himself won the Sedgefield constituency, but he clearly showed he could fill them. He was immensely proud, as he said, that he'd been instrumental in bringing a Hitachi rail factory to Newton Aycliffe. The House will have realised how equally proud he is of his northern industrial heritage. A Sedgefield lad, born and bred, he still lives in his constituency, and he showed us the love he has for it, for that heritage and for County Durham. But he was too modest to say that he's working on a PhD into its culture and class issues. My Lords, my noble friend's background and solid life experiences will ensure he makes a formidable contribution to this House, and I know he will be given a warm welcome. Yes. My Lords, I supported the previous government when they sought to reform the private rented sector to the benefit of tenants, and I support my government now in ensuring that reform happens. I was really disappointed that the Conservative Party has refused to support the legislation when both pieces of legislation have the same aim. The government has developed comprehensive protections for tenants and at the same time recognises the contribution made by responsible landlords who provide quality homes. It's clear that great care has been taken in the drafting of this bill to avoid unintended consequences. Of course, There are ways in which the bill can be improved, and we've been briefed by Citizen Advice and Shelter, as well as by several organisations representing different interests in the PRS and those involved in student housing. But all express general support for the bill and its aims. My Lords, I believe this legislation has the power to transform the private rented sector into a place where tenants can access safe and decent properties at a fair price, and the knowledge that unless their landlord has good reason, it's a place they can call home for as long as they like. It also presents an opportunity for the vast majority of good landlords to establish longer-term tenancies and to show that the minority of bad ones have no place in the sector. My Lords, in the bill there are issues about the court and tribunal services, the removal of fixed-term tenancies, enforcement capacity, to name only some aspects. In the time we have, I just want to focus on a few. First, the impact on social landlords. Second, the new ombudsman and the role of agents in helping to get that right. And third, student accommodation. My Lords, if we're truly to solve the housing emergency, we need to deliver the complementary goals of increased supply and stronger regulation that will ensure that homes are built and maintained at a high standard. This bill is key to the second half of that equation. In the social housing sector, it's clear that much has been done by the government already to allow social landlords to gain access to properties in need of essential redevelopment and improvement works. Regeneration can restore pride in communities and in places that have been left behind. So I'm pleased that changes in this legislation will not impede housing-led regeneration and redevelopment. I know there are concerns that some of the proposed changes to rent increases might impact on social landlords' ability to increase rents in a harmonised way and affect their ability to deliver repairs and maintenance. And there are concerns about accessing the first-tier tribunal, and I hope the Minister will be willing to meet the National Housing Federation to discuss these. My Lords, I turn now to the very welcome proposal for a new ombudsman for the private rented sector. I declare an interest as the chair of the Property Ombudsman Scheme, TPO. It's right that all renters, whether in social or private rented housing, can access quick, fair, impartial and binding resolutions for complaints about their landlord. My first question to the Minister is to ask her to clarify whether a PRS ombudsman would apply to social landlords' market rent tenancies. In the private rented sector, TPO has been dealing with complaints against letting and managing agents for over 20 years. It dealt with 70,000 inquiries last year. That's taught us that tenants' complaints often don't just include the agents, but the decisions and actions of their landlords as well. For example, where there's a cost to repair a property, landlords need to authorise payments and instruct agents to carry out the work. From a tenant's point of view, the agent and the landlord are one and the same. So letting agents will have an important role in delivering the objectives of the legislation. Whether the decision be that there is one combined ombudsman for the PRS and social housing sector or two separate ombudsmen, it needs to be clear that the purpose of the ombudsman is to provide clarity to tenants on where to go for redress. This will be a new concept for the 50% of PRS landlords who don't employ agents. Could the Minister provide some clarity on how they will be engaged with the process? I welcome the proposed landlord database. Agents will be required to use the database to check if the properties landlords ask them to market are registered, as well as check that the landlord is registered with the new PRS Ombudsman. Could the Minister please clarify whether the database is intended to be a one-stop shop that agents and tenants can use to check the property is registered and compliant and that the landlord is registered for redress? It's a complex area, with the potential for tenants to find themselves lost and frustrated. A lettings dispute can involve, on average, 5 different unresolved issues. Will the Minister consider how the database could be developed to help tenants triage multiple issues to ensure that serious hazards are referred to local authorities, landlord issues are directed to the new Ombudsman, agent issues are referred to the Property Ombudsman, and rent issues appointed to the first-tier tribunal? Joint investigations will be required, and both ombudsmen will need to be able to refer cases to local authorities for enforcement, especially when homes fall short of the Decent Home Standard and AWAB's law. Just as the Property Ombudsman now works with redress providers and trading standards, a joint-up approach will be required to ensure that the new system works for both tenants and landlords. Can I raise now a final issue, and that's the impact of the bill on student housing? The government has said that it will exempt purpose-built student accommodation from the decision to end fixed-term tenancy agreements. It subsequently included off-street accommodation, where most students in second and third year live. Unfortunately, as far as I understand it, although I wasn't clear from what the Minister actually said in her introduction, this won't apply to 1 to 2 bedroom apartments, yet these account for a third of all student housing. The university sector believes this is likely to cause confusion and disruption for students and could lead to landlords exiting this market because of the uncertainties. So I hope the Minister, if that is the case, will agree to look at this again. My Lords, this is a complex bill. We'll have an interesting committee stage, but I can assure the Minister that the organisation that I chair, the Property Ombudsman, is ready to offer its substantial experience of the PRS to help ensure that the bill works for tenants, landlords and agents.
My Lords, I congratulate Lord Wilson of Sedgefield on his excellent maiden speech with eloquence and an extraordinary personal story. I think we may have seen this afternoon, behind the bench of bishops, the emergence of another constitutional function for this House, the bench of Blairites. And I welcome him and appreciated what he said about his predecessor as a Member of Parliament. He also spoke eloquently about opportunity, and I think that is a test against which the measures in this bill should be assessed. The Minister, and I thank the Minister for her willingness to engage in discussions with all of us across the House, the Minister in her opening speech referred to genuine problems with the private rented sector, the difficulties of people in employment if they lose their accommodation, the incredible difficulties for parents with a child at school if they face the uncertainty of losing the place where they live. And she ended by saying she hoped this legislation would help tenants put down deeper roots in the community. That was all very eloquent. But of course, it did reveal a way of thinking that simply does not reflect the reality of student accommodation, for which these concerns do not apply. But there are over 1 million students in the private rented sector. And if I may say to the Minister, a long-standing problem preceding this government has been that although access to private rented accommodation has been crucial for the growth of higher education in this country, the Housing Department has never really understood higher education, and the Higher Education and Education Department has never really understood the importance of private housing. And I fear that this legislation is an example of that phenomenon. For example, students receive maintenance loans in 3 separate sections, 3 payments during the year. Many rents historically have been structured around the payments of maintenance loans. There's now an assumption of a model of a monthly rental payment and no scope for landlords to offer tenancies structured around the maintenance loans. Have there been any conversations with the Education Department about changing the arrangements of payment of maintenance loans so that they match the new envisaged payments of rents? Those are the kind of practical issues that do matter and are acute if there is not an understanding of the problems facing students. Students do have genuine grievances. At the all-party group for students last week, I was left, and all of us from both houses were left with no doubt about their unhappiness, sometimes about the quality of student accommodation, sometimes about, for example, the role of guarantors. But few believe that the government's proposals as they currently stand will make these problems significantly better. Indeed, there is a danger of landlords exiting the system. And the government has already made some welcome concessions. First, there is the exemption for purpose-built student accommodation, and that is estimated to cover about 500,000 students out of the 1.2 million in private rented accommodation. It is the most expensive, it is heavily regulated, quite rightly, and there are significant constraints on its supply and the provision of more of it. But that is an exemption. And then recently we have had the the famous exemption ground 4A, which means that landlords can repossess a rented property in advance of the new academic year for landlords with HMOs that have 3 or more bedrooms. But that does not cover, as we heard from the noble Baroness Warwick, that does not cover the many smaller landlords with smaller student accommodation with 1 or 2 bedrooms. And it is estimated that if there's 1.2 million students in the private rented sector, there's 500,000 or so in purpose-built, there may be another 300,000 or 400,000 in the larger HMOs, and there could well be 300,000, 200 to 300,000 in these smaller private landlord arrangements for whom there is currently no special recognition. So will the Minister consider, for example, extending this exemption beyond simply large HMOs to all private landlords? Will she more radically consider the case for continuing to allow 12-month academic year tenancies, a system which has overall worked well? And does she recognise that there are other risks in some of the provisions in this bill? For example, upfront payments may now be much harder to require. However, there will be increased use of guarantors. Requiring a guarantor is very tough on a student from a low-income background, very tough if it's a UK guarantor for an overseas student. Now, maybe the Housing Department is fed up with special pleading on behalf of students, but I think the crucial criterion is the one we heard in that excellent Maiden speech of opportunity. We could end up with a system where the more expensive accommodation, the PBAs, the purpose-built accommodation, where the rents incidentally average about £190 a week per student, in contrast with about £130 per week with small private landlords. When that section grows, it's exempt. By and large, it's more expensive. By and large, it's occupied by the affluent students. And it is a very, maybe in future, low-income students will find it harder to access the diminishing amount of lower rent accommodation. Maybe they're supposed to stay at home, become commuter students. Some people want to see that. It's a very good social rule of thumb. The more affluent your family, the higher your social class, the greater the distance you go away to university. So the low-income students will be staying at home and being commuter students, while the affluent students from affluent backgrounds go and spend pay for high rents in high-quality, purpose-built accommodation a long way away from home. If we end up with that, it will not be meeting the opportunity challenge. I very much hope the Minister will accept that her proposals need to be assessed as to whether or not they promote educational opportunity in our country.
Lords, I too congratulate noble Lord Wilson of Sedgefield on his impressive and in many respects quite moving speech. Before I turn to the two matters of substance on which I wish to address the House this afternoon, I should draw attention to the fact that my husband has a small portfolio of rental properties. The first of the matters I wish to address, which is I'm going to do it quite briefly, concerns court process. We all know that there will be many more contested possession proceedings by landlords following the enactment of the bill and the abolition of Section 21 no-fault evictions. It would not be right to abolish no-fault evictions without adequate speed and resources for dealing with the increase in contested proceedings. As the noble Baroness Scott of Bybrook has said, that might lead to such discontent on the part of small investors to induce them to leave the private rental sector. Any significant reduction in PRS accommodation would, as we all know, be disastrous at the present time. The government needs to demonstrate that measures have been or will be put in place which will help to secure that court claims by landlords for possession of residential properties will be disposed of in a timely and efficient way. I appreciate that the government is well aware of this imperative and is thinking of how to address it. As the judge who had responsibility for the introduction of small money claims online, I would be very happy to give any assistance on this aspect that might thought to be useful. I turn now to the principal matter on which I wish to address the House, which is the issue of financial penalties. And there are several respects in which the financial penalty provisions in the bill are, I would say, wholly unsatisfactory. The penalties that can be imposed by a local housing authority for breaches of the requirements of the bill fall into two categories: up to £7,000 and in some cases up to £40,000 where the local housing authority is satisfied that the landlord has committed a specified crime. The first problem is the mishmash of the standard of proof where the penalty is £7,000 or less. The new sections 16.1, 16J, 16K and 16L introduced by Clause 17 into the Housing Act 1988, which include prohibitions relating to the misuse of possession grounds and for not giving a written statement of tenancy terms, enable the local housing authority to impose a penalty of £7,000 or less if satisfied beyond reasonable doubt, that's the criminal standard, that the landlord or other relevant person has contravened the prohibitions. By contrast, Clause 42 provides that the local housing authority may impose a fine not exceeding £7,000 if, on the balance of probabilities, the civil standard, it is satisfied that there has been a breach of a rental discrimination measure relating to children and benefit status in Chapter 3 of Part 2 of the Bill. There is no explanation in the explanatory notes as to why this is a different standard of proof than that introduced in Clause 17. Again, Clause 59 allows a local authority to impose a financial penalty on a person if satisfied on the balance of probabilities, the civil standard, that the person has breached the requirement in Clause 58 that an advertisement or offer must include a specific amount of rent payable under the letting and imposing a prohibition against inviting, encouraging or accepting an offer of rent which exceeds the proposed rent. But again, in contrast, a local housing authority may impose a financial penalty of £7,000 or less only if satisfied beyond reasonable doubt, the criminal standard, that the person has breached an obligation under regulations for landlord redress schemes. There are sufficient examples, these are sufficient examples, although there are others, of the bill specifying different standards of proof for the same level of financial penalty, £7,000 or less, without explanation either in the legislation or in the explanatory notes as the reason for this. One has to question whether the employees of a local housing authority who have no legal training and no criminal trial experience can properly and accurately swing from one standard of proof to another. The bill will provide for local housing authorities to impose a higher fine of £40,000 if satisfied that a relevant offence has been committed. This is the case, for example, in relation to the new provisions introduced by Clause 17 of the bill, which I just mentioned, and the provisions concerning financial redress schemes, also which I mentioned. It is not right, in my view, for the employees of a local housing authority who have no legal training and no criminal trial experience to be free to impose a financial penalty of larger sums up to £40,000 on their assessment as to whether the ingredients of a criminal offence have been committed. A good example of the dangers of this is the ability of a local housing authority to impose a financial penalty of up to £40,000 where it is satisfied beyond reasonable doubt that an offence has been committed under Section 16 of the 1988 Act, where the landlord relies on a ground in Schedule 2, knowing that they would not be able to pay to obtain in order for possession on that ground, or being reckless as to whether they would be able to do so. Another example is the power of a local housing authority under Clause 92 to impose a financial penalty on a person is satisfied beyond reasonable doubt that the person has committed an offence under 93 of knowingly or recklessly providing information to the database operator, which is false or misleading in a material respect, in purported compliance with a requirement imposed by regulations under Part 2 of Chapter 3 of the Bill. The mental state of recklessness in criminal law is an extremely difficult one and has given rise to case law. It is something less than intention, but more blameworthy than carelessness. Recklessness will arise if the accused consciously, that is, looking at the matter subjectively, takes an unjustified risk. Such difficult concepts should play no part in this legislation, which will mostly affect landlords who own one or at most very few properties for rent. It should certainly not be left to local authority employees to reach their own conclusion on the application of recklessness in criminal law. The only state of mind which should be capable of giving rise to an offence under the bill is intention, that is to say, actual knowledge or actual intention of the landlord to do the matters comprising the ingredients of the offence. That is clear, easy to understand, and fair. It is what good legislation should be.
Well, my lords, like my noble friend Baroness Grenda, I welcome this bill, and I want to thank the Minister and her colleagues for getting the bill to this stage after several years of waiting. I agree with her when she said that the bill brings forward the most significant changes in the sector for 40 years. May I congratulate the noble Lord Wilson of Sedgefield for his outstanding maiden speech. And can I say how much I'm looking forward to hearing the maiden speech of Baroness Brown of Silvertown. A key difference of this bill with the planned Renters Reform Bill a few years ago is that Section 21 is to be abolished before court reforms are delivered. And anything further the Minister can tell us about how processes in the courts can in reality be speeded up would be helpful. There will, I think, be a significant discussion of that at committee stage. But that said, this bill takes us in the right direction. My party conference a few years ago debated Section 21 and two conclusions emerged. Conference wanted repeal of Section 21 and it wanted to protect good tenants against bad landlords. But it also wanted to protect good landlords against bad tenants. And so, my lords, as this bill progresses, I hope we can assess the bill against those criteria. But can I suggest there needs to be a third test? There are lots of solutions proposed in this bill, but we must beware of just solving one problem when in so doing we create another. As an example, restrictions on taking rent in advance. Should it be 1 month or should it be 2 months? Well, for me, my lords, on the face of it, 1 month in advance plus a deposit would seem to be sufficient. Yet, some prospective tenants might find it easier to pay more rent up front, particularly those from overseas who have difficulty providing traditional affordability checks. So at committee stage will be important to assess this policy of 1 month's rent up front, which I understand was a late decision by the government. And another example of unintended consequences would be student housing, and the noble Lord Willets has amply covered that issue. And I think there are problems. Purpose-built student accommodation is exempt from the bill, rightly, and Ground 4A allows student houses, that is, houses in multiple occupation, to be reclaimed to prepare for the next yearly intake of students, and that exemption is the right approach. But what about the wish of many landlords to extend Ground 4A to 1- and 2-bedroomed houses and flats? They are not HMOs, but the removal of fixed-term tenancy agreements may worsen things for landlords renting out such accommodation, because 2 months' notice given midway through the academic year could lead to a loss of student accommodation, because landlords might then decide to leave the student housing market altogether and release those 1- and 2-bedroom accommodation units onto the wider private rented market. So, my Lords, we must use committee stage to examine this issue further. Now, Clause 98 and Schedule 4 refer to the Decent Home Standard, and the Government is introducing a Decent Home Standard into the private rented sector for the first time, and I fully support their wish to do so. But timeframes for improvements and more information on who will be responsible for resourcing those improvements are needed, because 1/5 of our homes in the private rented sector do not meet the Decent Home Standard. And the Government will need to be clearer about the minimum standards that will be shown on the private rented sector database, which I strongly welcome, because it will bring key information together into one place and can be used to assist with enforcement and rent repayment orders. My Lords, I should remind the House that I'm a Vice President of the Local Government Association, because I want to say that for the Decent Home Standard to be met, it would help if licensing schemes could provide a way for local authorities to inspect privately rented housing without the need for a tenant to have complained. As we know, many tenants are discouraged from complaining. Now, in the Housing Act 2004, local authorities can create selective licensing schemes to improve poor standards, but they cannot require the physical state of a property to be improved as part of that licence. Well, my Lords, there is an issue for us to examine further at committee stage, which I hope to be involved in doing. Another question that I have is around market rents, because market rents have to be defined, and there may well be problems defining market rents because the market is different across the country. Now, rental increases will be limited to once a year, but tenants would benefit from clarity on what level of rent increases would be appropriate. And for myself, I suggest that operating in line with CPI would be an appropriate method. But again, I look forward to examining this further. Now, there have been a number of claims in the second reading today that restrictive regulation will reduce the supply of rental homes. I'm not sure that that is true. I think at the moment there may be some signs of it, but I think we have to wait a while till we see exactly what the circumstances really are. And I do accept that we have to be careful about assessing whether the prohibition of fixed-term contracts increases the number of landlords choosing to offer short-term lets outside the private rented sector. But at its heart, this bill is about standards in the private rented sector. This is not about pursuing good landlords. It's about pursuing bad landlords and improving standards. And for that reason, I strongly support the bill in its overall intentions.
My Lords, I realise that this is a wide-ranging bill, but I only want to deal with one small aspect of it. But it was one which the noble lady, the Minister, did kindly refer to in her opening remarks, and that is the value of allowing tenants to keep pets as the general standard. She was kind enough to mention, I think it was Lords Kinnoul and Lord Trees, as having given her valuable advice on this topic. So I shall be really interested to see what they have to say later in this debate, and I shall be interested too to see whether any of the comments I make chime with what they are saying. My first interest in this was when I was an MP, heaven alone knows how many years ago now, but I do remember feeling saddened and indeed angered by the blanket refusal of so many landlords to allow someone to keep a beloved pet. I can remember one who actually refused to go into suitable accommodation, but not without their pet. Others would succumb to this because they were desperate and had to give up their pet. And I think there has been, over these many years, a lot of hidden unhappiness, needless unhappiness, with people who so value the companionship of animals. I think we now realise more clearly than ever before the mental and physical health which can accrue from having a pet. And so I hope now that this is a good moment in which to set the matter straight. Sadly, it still seems that there are many landlords who, without this bill, will not allow pets to be kept. I was startled by the Battersea Dog and Cats Home giving a figure which they said the second most common reason for people giving pets back to them, all related to housing. And they also added that only a very few percentage of landlords ever indicated that they were happy about pets being kept. So there remains a great deal of work to be done on this score. I do understand that there are those who worry about the possible unhappy implications, very noisy dogs, damage to furniture, perhaps aggressive dogs, but I do believe that these can be very exaggerated, and in any case, I think the idea of having insurance required, if the landlord so wishes, to be a very, very sensible approach, and I hope that that will actually help towards sensible pet ownership. But on the other hand, I do have some reservations about the adequacy of the two clauses which deal with this. I think it's 12 and 13. For a start, it is obviously proper that landlords should not withhold their consent unreasonably. But there's no indication whatsoever about what unreasonable behaviour might constitute. Now, I know full well that it's impossible to list every eventuality on the face of the bill or even in delegated legislation. But I am concerned that there seems to be no way of dealing with this. It may be that the noble lady, the Minister, will have something in mind, perhaps some sort of official guidance outside the actual law, but which will give very clear indications. I would not expect to deal with anything so detailed tonight, but I would be very happy if we could have correspondence on this and these other matters at a later stage, or indeed, that unusual and valued thing, an actual meeting. In addition to that, I am concerned that we're actually creating another unfairness because social housing is not included in this. I can understand why, if we're not dealing with social housing, but I think it's going to look rather odd if we have a right in one sector and another not available in another very comparable sector, and which for your average person will seem to be exactly the same. So I do wonder if there's any way in which we can deal with that particular issue. So, as I say, I do have some reservations on these matters, but overall, I am delighted that we have at last got where I would like to have got, 50 years ago? But anyway, better late than never.
Genuine pleasure it is to follow the noble Baroness Fuchs. Oddly, in my decade here, I think it's the first time that I have followed her. But I say those words very warmly, and I very much hope that I won't disappoint her in what I'm about to say. But I am directionally with her for that. I should also begin by congratulating noble Lord Wilson Sedgefield for what was a very compelling, and I'm going to borrow the moving word again, moving and thoroughly eloquent maiden speech. And I'm very grateful for him for sharing all those memories with us. It was a wonderful thing. And I look forward very much to the speech, Baroness Brown coming up next. So, but don't worry, there's about 5 minutes between me and you. But I need to remind the House of my entries in the register, and in particular, as trustee of various Scottish entities which are engaged in letting rural properties. I do have, in a much smaller way, 3 rural properties that I myself let as well. But my experience in this sector, remembering in Scotland, of course, Section 21 has already been abolished, that I have, therefore, some experience of life beyond this bill as well, which may be helpful to the House later on. But I'm only going to cover 2 brief subjects now. The first is of the great importance of smooth judicial and administrative processes, both to the landlord and to the tenant. And secondly is to cover the topic of pets and pet insurance. Turning to this first area, I'm very grateful to the noble and learned Lord Everton, who of course has done all the heavy lifting for me. And I don't want to repeat things that he has said, but he has underlined the challenges and the crucial importance of having clarity and efficiency and speed within the administrative and court processes. And I note that almost everything contained within this bill is a new process in some way. And when the noble lady, the Minister, kindly came to the crossbench meeting, I think she had more questions from us than almost any other minister recently. I think she would have felt also the interest in this particular area that was within that meeting. And I'm grateful in advance for her help in getting going a meeting with interested crossbenchers to discuss the detail of the court processes in particular and the IT systems that will support these, which I believe is in progress of booking at the moment. The construction of the new processes for courts and ombudsmen, which will hopefully provide that clarity, efficiency and speed, is something that I do not feel will be particularly easy or can be done particularly quickly, if that is, we are to start in the new era smoothly. And this inevitably means that the commencement provisions of the bill will need to take account of this if Parliament is to be confident that it will have done its part in making sure that the new system is fully operational as it becomes live. I turn to my second and final area, and this is the provisions about pets and pet insurance. And here I'm very grateful again to the naval lady, the Minister, for arranging a discussion with interested officials on the bill team. I've also had the benefit of discussions with former colleagues and others within the insurance industry. The rural letting market in Scotland is one where you would expect a pet. The Scottish market, at least in my experience, copes with the problem of pet damage in a very simple way. Pets are discussed with the landlord, who therefore understands what pets are involved, and assuming that all are agreeable, and I don't remember myself an instance where things were not agreeable, market standards are for deposits of for up to 2 months' rent. And on leaving the property, the deposit is then used to deal with any pet damage. No insurance is involved, and the system has the benefit of being very simple. I think there may be lessons there, I'll come back to that. Insurance, generally, is against things that are unlikely, and it is never against things which are inevitable. The puppy has not been born that does not chew, and it is inevitable that dogs, therefore, will cause some damage to a home. And other pets, too, will cause damage to homes, for instance, to fitted carpets. And it's not surprising, therefore, that to date, no comprehensive pet damage insurance policy exists in the UK markets. I can say, of course, I was responsible for many years for underwriting operations in continental European countries, and I never came across any similar insurance there either. Various UK insurance brokers, no doubt in response to the provisions of this bill and spotting a potential opportunity, are attempting to interest insurers in providing some element of cover. The insurance risk carriers to date, i.e. not the insurance broker intermediaries, have shown no interest. I spoke to the head of personal lines of a UK FTSE 250 insurance group, and they indicated to me that they would have no appetite to develop such a product. and I was not surprised, having had a similar role in the past. The one insurance product that is on the market at the moment is not available to tenants and covers only accidental damage. And it gives an example of a covered event, and this is of a dog that might tear down the curtains in a house, and that action might damage in some way the wall, and it's the wall which is then repaired. This, of course, as a percentage of the actual loss cost likely from pet damage is very, very small. And the language of the bill suggests that insurance will be available both to tenants and to property owners, and that the coverage of the products will extend to all risks of physical loss or damage to the property. But it's not wholly clear, and nor are the insurance limits that might be needed clear in any of the bill documentation. Within the bill, the landlord has the right to require the tenant to go and find such insurance before the tenant would be allowed to have the pet on their premises. Currently, neither the landlord nor the tenant would know exactly what to set out to buy, but there is no product available. Now, I'm all for the presumption that pets can be inside a rented home, and indeed for all of the reasons that are contained in the explanatory memorandum and were given again in the noble lady of the Minister's excellent opening speech. As things stand, I regret, the insurance provisions of the bill don't work, and I would hope to continue working with the bill team to explore the insurance options, remembering that risk transfer into the insurance markets is complex and expensive. And I strongly think that we should take a look at the Scottish solution, and perhaps where people have asked for a pet, the landlord should have the ability to ask for the comfort of perhaps 2 additional weeks of rent deposit. I do hope the noble lady of the Minister might agree to meet me to talk through this potential option in the future.
I'd like to draw attention to my register of interests. Can I say, my noble lords, it's an absolute pleasure to be part of this very well-informed debate this afternoon, and to follow on from the noble Earl, the Lord of Connaught. I'm not sure that we're going to agree about the clauses within the bill about pets, but I can inform the House that Cara the dog is going to be delighted by the contribution of the noble Baroness Fuchs, and I intend to tell her all about it when I get home tonight. I am so very grateful to my right honourable friends and sponsors, the Baroness Smith of Basildon and Lord Kennedy, for their enormous support, and I want to thank the House staff most sincerely for their help in getting me around the place. They've all been so massively kind. I grew up in Silvertown in East London. My parents both worked on factory floors, and my home was a council flat overlooking the dying docks. All the opportunities I had as a child were founded on that security of tenure, the affordable rent, the stable school, and the local library from which I borrowed and read incessantly. These resources were just vital. They shaped my life, and they have informed my career. After being the first in my family to go to university, I worked as a residential social worker, and it gave me some invaluable insights into the vulnerabilities of young people. I then went on to work for the London Borough of Waltham Forest in a number of social policy roles. I became a councillor in the London Borough of Newham in 1988, and I held that role until my election to Parliament in 2005. During that time, I focused on culture. I saw it as a way of providing opportunities for young people that might not be available to them at home. I fought for the Olympics to come to Stratford, which at that time was blighted by swathes of disused industrial land. I can't say that all of the changes have been positive. There's been a severe lack of affordable homes, but there's also genuine opportunities to combat social exclusion, which have been created too, particularly by the cultural offer. Following my election to the other place, I argued constantly for social homes and action against child poverty.
And since 2017, I've been highlighting the appalling exploitation of children by organised criminals, particularly in the county line drugs dealing. We must simply recognise that the same child can be both a perpetrator of appalling violence, but also a victim of grooming and exploitation. It was therefore music to my ears to hear our new government committing to take strong action on this with the forthcoming crime and policing bill. As we know, my noble lords, Parliament's not only about representing but also about governing. And my career on the Labour front bench began as a whip. I was in fact whip in charge of the landmark Equality Act of 2010. I remained a whip in opposition and I joined the Home Office team working on fire and then policing, but also on topics I knew embarrassingly little about, such as recreational drugs. I recall one very memorable occasion when our now Prime Minister sat alongside me chortling as I was enlightened about the various uses of poppers. He suggested I went away and watch Breaking Bad as homework. But, my lords, it's hard to speak about this period without reflecting on Brexit and the threats that assail us from Putin's far-right Russia and the rise of divisive authoritarian nationalism around the world and here at home. My only notable rebellion was to vote against the triggering of Article 50, but as we know, it passed and plunged us into a maelstrom of chaos and insecurity and vulnerability. I simply couldn't bring myself to vote to make the people I represented poorer, and now I intend to do all I can to mitigate against the damage Brexit has caused, to get us working again on shared challenges alongside our European partners. After 2019, I took the prisons and probation briefs focusing on issues affecting women that are now being ably taken forward by my honourable friend, the Lord Timpson. My next reshuffle was the luckiest because it brought me to the role of Shadow Minister for Africa. My focus was twofold: to address the serious burdens, the problems of Africa's present, including the brutal Generals' War on Sudan, the Horn of Africa drought and the conflicts in Sahel and the Great Lakes. But I also wanted to ensure that we weren't distracted from the resourcefulness, the leadership of Africa's people and the massive opportunities for progress. And I want to pay tribute to my dear friend, the Foreign Secretary, and to my honourable friend, the noble Lord Collins, for their passionate commitment to this very agenda. Because my lords, I believe that Africa is rising, despite all the challenges of insecurity, despite climate heating, despite unfair treatment by the global financial system. And I genuinely believe the historians will look back on this century and say it was Africa's. I believe that we as a country will be stronger, fairer and more prosperous if we act as a valued partner to our African friends, not behave like a blinkered patriarch who thinks themselves noble for offering crumbs from the table. I intend to continue to work on the causes that have defined my career and life, a flavour of which I hope I've given today. And I hope you'll agree that it is utterly fitting for me to make my maiden speech on this bill, which promises to deliver a sea change in the balance between renters and landlords. Sadly, the housing crisis has deepened in Newham, even as our borough has grown massively. And much of that blame lies with policies that encouraged a poorly regulated and unaffordable private rented sector to expand without limit. The damage done by housing insecurity and disrepair is life-shaping. It disrupts education, employment, and both bodily and mental health. It's why ending child poverty remains more of a rallying cry than a reality. Families can't access good work and contribute fully as equals in our society without a decent, secure home like the one that we had in Silvertown. That base was essential for me getting here today. and I support the rapid progress of this bill into law so that many young people have these very same opportunities in future.
My Lords, it's a pleasure and a privilege to follow my noble friend Lady Brown of Silvertown, both to welcome her to your Lordship's house and to applaud her warm, passionate, insightful and compelling maiden speech. Not at all dry, as she said she feared it was going to be to me before. My noble friend says she intends to continue working on the causes that have defined her career. That is good news, my Lords, because as we've heard, these causes have been wide-ranging and important. They include culture, Africa, women in the criminal justice system, and children, including child poverty. I look forward to working with her on child poverty in particular as the government's child poverty strategy takes shape. She rightly made the link between child poverty and housing insecurity and disrepair, thereby underlining the importance of this bill, to which I now turn. My Lords, when we debated the bill's predecessor, I was able to give it only a very lukewarm welcome, as it contains so many flaws and holes. It's thus good to be able to welcome this bill unequivocally, especially as it was improved in the Commons as a result of the Minister listening to and acting on some of the suggestions made. But there is still, of course, room for further improvement. And I'm grateful to the Renters Reform Coalition and others who have briefed us on the further changes needed. And I quote, "If the legislation is to deliver on the government's ambitions to address the insecurity and injustice that too many renters experience and decisively level the playing field between landlords and tenants." Before turning to some of these changes, a word about context. I don't pretend to have expertise in housing law, but I came to the issue from my long-standing concern about poverty and the insecurity it creates. As the Joseph Rowntree Foundation report published last week made clear, high housing costs are a major driver of poverty, leading to a risk of compromised living standards, insecurity, and at worst, homelessness and rough sleeping. They explain that private renters in particular are pulled into poverty by high housing costs. Shockingly, around half of private renters are only in poverty after their housing costs are factored in.
Yes.
On average, private renters in poverty spend around 60% more on housing costs than social renters in poverty. The situation is made worse by the continued freezing of the local housing allowance and impact of the benefit cap, which I hope the government will eventually address. It's thus not surprising that the latest Bristol University Financial Fairness Tracker survey found that parents of children living in rented accommodation were especially likely to face serious financial difficulties or to be struggling. As well as issues of damp, mould or condensation, around half had needed to borrow money just to meet their daily living expenses. Given the poverty that results from high housing costs in the private rented sector, I'm very sympathetic to the calls from the Renters Reform Coalition for more decisive action on affordability. As Shelter underlines, there is a real risk that the security the welcome immediate abolition of Section 21 aims to provide will be undermined by unfair rent hikes designed to force tenants out. I believe the Coalition make a good case for a cap on in-tenancy rent increases. I don't really understand why the government are opposed to this. It's not the same as rent controls, though I must admit I think there is a case for them. Ministers suggest that the answer to an unreasonable rent hike is for the tenant to challenge it at a tribunal. But how realistic is this? After all, the Minister himself in the Commons described this as an onerous process. I hope this is something that can be looked at again, together with the Coalition's suggestion of a National Rental Affordability Commission to investigate effective methods to make renting more affordable. The other main concern of the Coalition that I want to take up is the need to strengthen the very welcome anti-discrimination provisions in the bill that would outlaw any ban on renting to families with children and those in receipt of Social Security. There are two main issues here. The first concerns the landlord's right to demand a guarantor. The fear is that this could be used to circumvent the bill's anti-discrimination provisions. While it's welcome that the bill was changed in the Commons to prevent landlords demanding multiple months of rent up front, as a shelter housing champion and long-standing private renter pointed out at a briefing last week, rent in advance and guarantors are two sides of the same coin. Some of those in the most vulnerable circumstances are least likely to be able to find a guarantor. So the Coalition suggests limits on the situations in which a landlord can demand a guarantor, which seems reasonable to me. Bernardo's and others recommend that all English local authorities should be required to offer guarantor and rent deposit schemes to care leavers, and that care leavers should be added to the groups that are specifically protected from discrimination by landlords. I hope the government might also be open to the addition of other groups to the list of those who must not be discriminated against, in particular disabled people, prison leavers, refugees and other non-UK passport holders, which points to the abolition of right to rent, which can lead to racial discrimination. And may I ask my noble friend here, will those with no recourse to public funds receive the same protection as social security recipients? My Lords, while I welcome the fact that this bill does not include the change to the definition of antisocial behaviour contained in the previous bill, it does make eviction on grounds of ASB easier. This would be to the particular detriment of survivors of domestic abuse and disabled people who are vulnerable to ASB complaints. Justice encourages us instead to press for better training and resources for the police and local authorities to investigate and fully respond to ASB complaints. Finally, my Lords, I'd like to raise the question of Home Office accommodation mentioned by the Right Reverend Prelate, raised with me by London councils. They argue that the bill should include such accommodation so as to ensure asylum seekers and refugees benefit from the decent home standards, called for also by Hibiscus on behalf of black and minoritized women. Otherwise, London councils argue the bill could give rise to a two-tier system in which a small minority of rogue landlords might be incentivised to procure poor quality accommodation for use as asylum accommodation. On the basis of the extensive evidence they've received from London authorities about the poor standards in asylum accommodation, London councils contest the Minister's assertion during the Commons Committee stage that extending the bill's provisions to asylum accommodation is unnecessary. This is an issue I hope to pursue in committee, and I wonder whether my noble friend the Minister would be willing to meet with London Council's parliamentary officer to discuss what is involved. In conclusion, as I said earlier, the Minister and the Commons did act on some of the concerns raised there. I know that my noble friend the Minister is a good listener, so I hope we might be able to make further improvements to the bill in this House. In this way, we could turn what is a good bill into a potentially groundbreaking one, which achieves the government's aims of levelling the playing field decisively between tenants and landlords and providing much greater genuine security to tenants.
Lords, I refer your lordships to my property interests as set out in the register, but specifically to a large and historic portfolio of houses in Norfolk, 93% of which are leased to local people and key workers, all living in and contributing to the local community year-round. I say this because it's really important. Due to its popularity as a holiday destination, North Norfolk District Council lies third in the rankings behind Westminster Council and Kensington and Chelsea for second home ownership. I could increase my income, like many of my neighbours do, by renting these out as holiday cottages, but I don't, because I'm acutely aware of how crucial they are to maintaining the social fabric in a rural community where property prices and demand are sky high and where there is very little public provision. The Labour government intends to transform the experience of private renting through introducing reforms that level the playing field between landlords and tenants. For them, abolishing Section 21 and restricting the use of Section 13 clauses, while increasing many other safeguards for tenants, will allow for the growth of communities and reduce the risk of homelessness. Clearly, from what I've just said, I am too pro-community and anti-homelessness, which is where the government and I are aligned. Where we differ, however, is in our understanding of the true effects that these reforms will have on the private renting market, particularly in rural communities. The fact is that amongst the rural private housing sector, this bill will lead to a decrease in the number of properties available in an already struggling market. The Country Land and Business Association has surveyed its membership and found that 44% of rural private landlords are planning on selling or changing the use class of their properties in the next 2 years. During that same period, only 21% are planning on building new properties. I'm no economist, but I do understand supply and demand. It's pretty clear that a diminished supply of properties will inevitably lead to a price increase for consumers. In fact, this has already been occurring. Since April 2018, there's been a net loss of properties in the rural private rented sector. In a poll, nearly 90% of private rural landlords gave changes to the PRS tenancies as a cause for their decision to change use class. More specifically, 57% of CLA members cited the removal of Section 21 as the reasons for the net loss, and a greater number in Scotland where it's already happened. Despite talking predominantly about rural areas, these same issues will also develop in urban regions. Not only will these changes lead to supply issues and thus price rises, the lack of supply will ultimately add strain to housing associations and municipal housing. The rural economy differs to that of other sectors. Rural business owners commonly offer accommodation within their employment packages. It's a vital part of their ability to attract staff in, let's say, tourism or hospitality industries. Following the passing of this bill, especially with the absence of Section 21, I fear that the crucial ability of landlords to remain flexible and adaptable to their ever-changing business needs. Specifically, I'm adamant that the new grounds for possession that refer strictly to agricultural workers and landlords must be broadened to include 85% of rural businesses which are not involved with farming or forestry. If accommodation cannot be recovered quickly from previous employees, then this economic system will break. But I wonder whether this government cares or even understands this. It hasn't shown a great deal of understanding in the rural economy thus far. I want to mention the provision to allow tenants rights to keep a pet. I wholly understand the benefits a pet can bring to family life, indeed enhancing the mental health of those who are lonely, for example. Indeed, we benefit from having 3 family dogs. And I joke not, a recently deceased parrot. He died 3 weeks ago and coincidentally was called Basil. I should mention from my register of interests that I'm a trustee of Songbird Survival, a charity that funds scientific research trying to identify the reasons for declines in songbirds. The charity has funded work with Reading University, Dr. Hugh Hamner, showing that cats can travel long distances and can affect the natural environment beyond their home range. Also with Exeter University, Professor Robbie MacDonald and Dr. Sarah Crowley in 2019 and 20, studying the drivers and facilitators of hunting behaviour and options for management of said cats. Conservative estimates ascribe 90 million deaths of songbirds to cats per annum. As a result of this very real threat to biodiversity, landlords should be allowed to ban cats from some of their properties which are in particularly sensitive rural areas, near, for example, SSIs or NNRs. There are also very serious issues with the proposed bill to student accommodation, but I'll let others speak more eloquently to that. The chronic present court backlogs, along with the general under-resourced judicial system, will cause a crisis in people's access to justice. Dispute resolution firm Excello Law said that in this bill, the risk to both tenants and landlords is the existing backlog in the court system. Trying to obtain possession orders will be protracted, causing uncertainty and delays to both landlords and tenants. More than 4.5 million households will need tenancy agreements updating. Letting agent staff, landlords will need to undertake training, and insurance and mortgage providers will need to adjust policies and rates. So I hope the government pays attention to that and allows time for that to happen before the bill becomes law. Overall, rural or not, I stand by the fact that landlords want to keep tenants. They do not want voids. They are very expensive. I balk at the sentiment brought by this bill, which assumes private landlords in this country are on the whole bad. They provide a very valuable service which often, through mere geography, housing associations or councils are unable to provide. Indeed, they complement them. The vast majority of landlords are excellent people who are human and want to develop a relationship with their tenants. I have concerns that provisions in this bill pertaining to challenging rents at tribunal where there is no downside for the tenant could put pressure on those trying to foster positive relations as more vexatious claims are pursued. This bill will penalise the whole sector and the ramifications will be felt across the country for years, putting extra pressure on already struggling housing associations and a diminishing number of municipally owned councils. It is not difficult in a world to imagine a world in which, through this bill, the government are exacerbating the problems of 11 million private renters, 2.3 million landlords, and ultimately themselves.
Yeah. My Lords, may I begin by congratulating the two peers who have joined this chamber today for their inspiring, eloquent, and very, very interesting maiden speeches. And I'd like to inform the noble Lord Wilson that he and I share something in common. My grandfather was the vicar of Sedgefield, and over 100 years ago, I'm sorry to see he's not in his place. And furthermore, my grandfather also sat in this chamber, and so we have two special causes to celebrate together. Turning to the bill, it is a big bill. It's an ambitious bill and with far-reaching implications. Of course, to occupiers and to landlords, but to the surveying profession, and I should declare that I am and was for decades a chartered surveyor working in this space to some extent. I also have 2 buy-to-let flats and advise a property development company that develops entry-level housing in England. So the surveying profession will be involved, the courts and tribunal service, as we have heard, and the ombudsman services will be fairly dramatically affected. Plus the social services, but most of all, in my opinion, local authorities. That said, I do support most of the clauses of this bill. I think it's a very welcome addition to the statute book. Now, turning to those concerns. First of all, I think this bill is going to frighten landlords. The noble Earl Lord Canule informed us what has happened in Scotland. That is an excellent market test of what is going to happen here in England and in Wales. I too live in Scotland, and a nationwide firm of estate agents who specialise in letting property closed their office nearest to where I live after Section 21 was abolished in Scotland. I spoke to them about this, and they did it simply because the market dried up. The landlords all withdrew, and they closed their department. Now, all of those landlords either sold their properties, most of which would have become second homes, or they turned them into holiday accommodation and Airbnb-type alternatives. The only losers were the tenant community, and they had nowhere else to turn. There's a terrible shortage of housing. Don't let us fall into that trap and let that happen here. Ending fixed-term leases, I think, is a mistake. They don't have to be long leases, but there are a lot of enterprising individuals who want to crisscross the country. They're on secondment, they are on a consultancy project, they might be digital nomads moving between centres of excellence in their field. And they know they're going to be somewhere for 3 years or 4 years. There's no reason why they shouldn't have a fixed-term contract. The landlord would appreciate it and benefit, and of course they would too. They could call it home. I'm concerned, as we've heard from the noble and learned Lord Etherton, about the courts and the tribunal services and the delays that are likely to result from the logjam the logjam of huge increases in the numbers of referrals and complaints. And I think that we underestimate the pressure on the Ombudsman services as these new rules come into play. There's an awful lot of call on their services. The impact on the local authorities is one of principally resourcing. They have a big role to play in this bill. There are going to be legions of surveyors having to be trained up in the Decent Home Standard and the ability to operate the AWAB's law implications. There's going to be a significant increase in the need for computery, IT, and digital recording, and that, of course, includes ongoing maintenance, and we are a country of some 50 million people. We're not a country like the Nordics or New Zealand or others where they are dealing in 10% of the size of our population, and these recording systems are immensely expensive to maintain. And we're asking local authorities to become policemen. That isn't their role. They are going to have to enforce the new rules and regulations, and that, I think, is going to be culturally difficult, and I think it is going to require a lot more employment and training, and again, resourcing. Who's going to pay for it? We know that the local authority system is basically bust financially. And finally, prohibiting rental bidding. I don't think this is going to work. I think that, unless I've misread the bill, and I apologise if that's the case, I think that all a landlord has to do to prevent rental bidding or being caught out on rental bidding is to quote an unreasonably high rent, way above estimated rental value, and let the market do its work through a Dutch auction and gazumping or whatever else it might be. But perhaps I've missed something in the bill. In conclusion, I support most of the clauses of this bill. I'm concerned some will not work. I'm certain others need review. But I look forward to committee very much indeed and discussing all of these matters.
My Lords, I also congratulate the Noble Lord Wilson of Sedgefield and the Noble Baroness Lady Brown of Silvertown on their excellent and very passionate maiden speeches. It really was, as Noble Lords have said, a very inspiring couple of maiden speeches. I declare an interest, my Lords, as a landlord of over 2 decades and a former renter in the private rented sector for some 16 years. The bill before your Lordship's House has much to commend it, and I support ending arbitrary evictions under Section 21, the imposition of a decent home standard, and Arab's law in the PRS. Of course, as ever with these and other elements of the bill, the devil is in the detail and how they are implemented. On Section 21, as has been noted, the courts will have to be ready to deal with the expected increase in workload, and I welcome HMG's commitment to a digitisation of the court process, but this must be made an urgent priority. However, my main concern with the bill is the impact of moving to periodic tenancies only, with a ban on longer terms and upfront payments. Both these measures, as we've heard, will have a significant unintended impact which will reduce the availability of homes, increase rents, and affect the financial viability of the PRS as a whole. The inability to negotiate upfront payments, as we've heard, will hit the self-employed, foreign students, those with a poor credit history, and vulnerable people. It also risks a legal challenge under common contract law. No one has yet satisfactorily explained to me the benefits of moving to periodic tenancies and scrapping assured shorthold tenancies. It seems a solution in search of a problem. 2 reasons have been given by ministers, and I thank the Noble Lady, the Minister, for her engagement on this bill. First, to enable those suffering domestic abuse to be able to leave, and secondly, to enable tenants to leave unsatisfactory properties and give them additional flexibility to perhaps move to a new job or area before giving 2 months' notice. In the first case, someone suffering domestic abuse is unlikely to give 2 months' notice. In fact, charities dealing with abuse have told me it is the abuser who stays in the home as the victim flees. In the second, most ASTs, in my experience, have a 6-month break clause, allowing enough flexibility for most tenants. As for unsatisfactory homes in the PRS, that is exactly the reason for the Decent Home Standard, AWAB's law, the Ombudsman, the database, and rent repayment orders. Any bad landlord providing substandard accommodation will find themselves subject to up to £40,000 in fines and swinging rent repayment orders payable to the local authority or the tenants themselves. I did find the government's impact assessment of the PRS very negative. It is in fact the most popular form of rental tenure compared to council or other social housing. I recall being a councillor in Essex where I represented what was once the largest council estate in Europe, and believe me, the tenants were not very enamoured with the local council or the housing provided. Later, when I was a renter in the PRS, I moved 10 times in 16 years, but only one of those was a forced move, when my landlords discovered they could make more money renting to Americans in the summer than me all year round. In any event, most tenants do not intend to stay in the PRS for life, and many also stay in a tenancy for just 1 year, and that's particularly applicable to students. I do understand the need for security, my lords. For 5 years, I worked for a national charity and housing association providing housing for young homeless people and people with mental health issues. The idea was to provide homes and stability for vulnerable people. But 2-month periodic tenancies are not the answer. Tenants will have less security, not more, as instead of a 1 or 2 year tenancy, if mutually agreed, landlords will be able to give notice at any time, up to 4 months if reoccupying or selling their property. Why can't reasonable people, my lords, agree a fixed term with a break clause if required? The majority of tenants, incidentally, want fixed term tenancies. Another unintended consequence that landlords will increase rents, because tenants will be able to move out at short notice, and many costs for the landlord are front-loaded, e.g. cleaning and referencing each time. The risk of voids or vacancies will also increase, and landlords will increase rents to cover the added risk. There may or may not be a mass exodus from the PRS, and some will wait to see. But up to 70% of landlords are considering selling up. That's a fact. It's also true that the PRS has doubled in size since 2002. That was an era where buy-to-let mortgages were introduced. Money was relatively cheap, and baby boomers invested their pensions in the PRS. But those days are over. The issue is not whether there is a mass exodus from the PRS. It is that supply is not keeping up with demand, and that will continue to be the case for the foreseeable future. Even if the government's house building target of 1.5 million homes is met, it does not mean affordable homes will be built where people need them. What is needed is a commitment to build more affordable and social housing in the right places. Build to rent is expanding, but nowhere near the scale to take up the slack. More regulation of the PRS is welcome, but if the costs associated with them spirals, including the cost of new EPC regulations, then investing in the PRS will simply no longer be viable. Costs have already spiraled for existing landlords, around 40% of landlords paying double or even up to quadruple for their mortgages. Those new PRS investors there are increasingly chasing yields of 8 to 9%, impossible in the south but available in the north, and that will create a regional imbalance. Some argue that if landlords leave the PRS, that will be a good thing, as more property is opened up for first-time buyers. Yes, that will happen in many instances, but in many others, landlords will gravitate to ultra-short lets, which we've also heard in your Lordship's chamber. They are far more profitable and virtually unregulated. A register will not make a blind bit of difference. Once purely periodic tenancies are introduced, and the line between ultra-short lets and long-term lets will become blurred. In many cities and coastal resorts, long-let availability for local residents will simply disappear. In many apartment blocks, sense of community will be lost. It's already happening. In some apartment blocks in London, 90% of the flats are Airbnb. Even in Camden in London, I'll give you an example, short lets can be 4 times more expensive than long let, and hence much more profitable. Airbnb will say their accommodation is being rented out by old grannies. The fact is that Airbnb and ultra-short-let platforms are being increasingly dominated by professional landlords who often avoid tax, as unlike with estate agencies, their rental income is not registered with HMRC. Local communities and all of us suffer as a result.
My Lords, I'd like to declare my interest as a Vice President of the LGA and also to congratulate Lord Wilson and Lady Brown on their eloquent maiden speeches. I'm sure from these speeches the breadth and depth of their experience will add greatly to the work of this House, and I look forward to working with them. My Lords, we support the objectives of this bill and see it as a major step towards a safe, secure and affordable private rented sector. Having a home is something that many of us take for granted, a place of refuge and security, comfort, safety, reassurance. Yet for so many people, including large numbers of children, this is a far-off dream. In my own city of Bristol, 54% of people in the misery of temporary accommodation have dependent children. What kind of start in life is this for them? The severe shortage of social rented dwellings means that more and more renters are now dependent on private rental. Shelter reports that there's been a net loss of 24,000 social homes per year since 1991 through the right to buy and demolition. New build has replaced less than half of them. In the meantime, the private rented market has more than doubled since 1980, with unaffordable rents leaving renters struggling to make ends meet, many ending up in debt and homelessness. As others have said, there is a desperate shortage and need for social homes at affordable rents. Most landlords fulfil their responsibility and treat tenants with respect and consideration. But where exploitative and irresponsible landlords fail to comply with standards and conditions required, it is right that early enforcement powers to fine and sanction are provided in addition to legal redress, which may take much longer. Many of the proposals in the bill will be welcome to renters. However, what is missing is any form of rent stabilisation. The high rents in the private sector, as we've heard from other noble members, place a huge burden on renters. 1/3 of renters spend half or more of their income on rent. They're often intimidated from challenging increases by fear of eviction and being made homeless. Even with the banning of Section 21 evictions, landlords can still force eviction through rent hikes that tenants can't afford. Without some form of rent control, tenants will still not be protected from summary eviction and the threat of homelessness. Various ways of pegging rents have been mooted, such as to inflation, wage growth, or the Bank of England base rates. There needs to be a framework which allows reasonable predictability for rent so that tenants can budget and not be priced out by rent hikes. Rent controls are well established in European countries and other OECD countries. And this is by a combination of local and national measures. And I hope that perhaps the government will look at some of these as we progress with the bill. The bill gives tenants the right to challenge unreasonable rent increases, but many tenants will feel unconfident or intimidated challenging their landlord at a tribunal. So I do hope that through the process of the bill, the government will give some thought to measures for stabilisation of rents. The CAB tells us that in one in four of their complaints is about disrepair, damp, mould and excessive cold. Making the decent home standard a legal requirement is essential. Renters often experience horrific conditions of disrepair, damp, even infested with vermin, and they survive on a knife edge of insecurity with the constant fear of being forced into homelessness. Those of us who've been councillors who've already spoken in this debate are, I'm sure, well aware of some of the dreadful conditions that people live in, with landlords who repeatedly fail to carry out effective repairs and maintenance work. I think that the online database publishing information on private rented sector dwellings and landlords could be a very powerful enforcement tool, depending on what information is to be included about landlords' records and conditions of dwellings. However, bringing unfit properties up to standard may be costly, and effective enforcement will pose very serious challenges for cash-starved local authorities. Local authorities' budgets have been cut to the bone, and if they are to enforce compliance, they will need the resources to do so. And tenants must be confident that the law will be enforced promptly and not be buried in lengthy bureaucracy. This will be essential for the success of this legislation, and the government must give assurances that enforcement will be fully funded. The banning of discrimination against benefit recipients will help people with disabilities on benefit, but evidence shows that people of colour are more likely to be in substandard accommodation, and that Black and Asian people are more likely to be denied the right to a safe and secure home. So it will be essential for anti-discrimination measures to be rigorously enforced. But problems of accessibility still remain. Private rented dwellings are often too small to allow a wheelchair or accessible bathrooms and kitchens. People are having to remain in hospital as the needs caused by injury or illness cannot be accommodated in their private rental property. Renters have had adaptations refused by landlords. Access rights are human rights, my lords, for tenants, and they must be guaranteed in law. So I hope we will make some progress on this through the committee stage. As my colleagues have said, Liberal Democrats also believe that accommodation for service personnel should comply with the same decent home standards, and that the accommodation of refugees and asylum seekers on the same principle as in the amendment raised by Liberal Democrat colleagues in the Commons. My Lords, we welcome the first steps that this bill is taking to provide a fairer private rented sector with clear rights and responsibilities, sanctions and redress for non-compliance. The private sector is the second largest tenure in the UK, yet privately rented homes are the most insecure, most expensive and the lowest quality of any tenure. Reform is long overdue.
Hear, hear. My Lords, I too declare my interest as a Vice Chair of the Local Government Association, and I'd like to offer a very warm welcome to Lady Baroness Silvertown and Lord Wilson of wherever it was, Sedgefield, unforgettable, obviously. I was going to point out to the Noble Earl at Lord Leicester that he's not going to beat me in a competition between who has more in common with Lord Wilson, because my grandfather was a miner in South Wales. In fact, he was killed in a mining disaster, the largest there's ever been in Britain. And I also grew up on a council estate until I was 18 years of age and left home for college. So back to the bill. I'd like to say to the Noble Lady the Minister that I love so much about this bill. It is ending no-fault evictions. It's helping to protect tenants from damp and mould, and it's making it easier for renters to keep pets. And I 100% support those things. And of course, the government has responded well to suggested amendments, such as stopping excessive demands for rent up front. I'm even hopeful that the Minister might give me a positive response to an amendment which I will table later. It's an amendment that was tabled by my colleague Carla Denyer MP in the other place, which talks about the needs of people with disabilities, both visible and invisible. And it would be absolutely wonderful to get something on the face of the bill to improve the situation for disabled renters in the private rented sector, and to send a message to those landlords who lock them out of the sector that it's not acceptable that so many people struggle to get permission for the most basic of adaptations or face discrimination in renting in the first place. I would say this bill isn't perfect, but it is the kind of legislation that I was hoping this government might put forward. And I'd like to suggest some big ideas about what the government should do next. The big things I would say that are missing, and the main reason why many young people are choosing to vote green instead of red these days, are rent controls and an end to right to buy. We need a living rent to match the living wage. This will be similar to the living wage scheme we Greens proposed and got the Mayor of London, Ken Livingstone, to agree to 24 years ago. There would be a national commission to decide the living rent with input from local authorities and mayors. It would examine factors like local income in different areas, the size of properties and local market conditions, plus the conditions of the properties themselves. We should not have a situation where an estimated 1 in 10 tenants are spending 60% of their income on rent. With rents going up rapidly year by year, this is not just an issue of a few hotspots. Rents went up by over 3 times the rate of inflation last year, and the question is why? How does that happen? I've heard all the arguments about it being population growth and a shortage of supply, but then you look at the actual figures for the last few decades and find that housing supply is not just keeping pace with household formation, but increasingly outstripping it. The houses have been built, but they have ended up in fewer hands. That is the root of the problem with our housing market. So rents have gone from being 10% of income to an average of around a third of incomes. One clear reason why the brakes have come off rents in the private sector is because of right to buy and the decline in social housing. Rents have risen rapidly along with the country's benefits bill. If the government wants to increase the supply of housing, then why don't ministers take up the challenge, invest in social housing and build, baby, build? Why don't we have ministers investing in a future of good quality social housing that can't be sold off and can create a decent home for the younger generations who are increasingly worried about the fact that they may never have the security and quality of life that their parents' generation had? The long-term solutions to rising rents are ending the chokehold on supply from greedy developers who are land banking, and dealing with the property speculators who buy ghost flats in London and leave them empty all year. While the government is thinking through what steps it can take to deal with these rich property developers who restrict the housing market to get even richer, ministers can and should act to reform the rental market with sensible and locally sensitive limits on what people can charge. While the inequality of housing has become a huge generation divide, as other noble lords have said already, 11 million people are renting. We have a generation going on 2 generations now who, unless decisive action is taken by this government, will never be able to earn enough to have a mortgage and are straining to afford their rents, not to mention the sharp rise in the number of families with children staying in temporary accommodation for more than 5 years. Now, this bill, it definitely will help. I feel there's no doubt about that. But equally, it doesn't touch the roots of the problem. And I would like to hear from the noble lady, the Minister, about whether or not social housing is a really high priority, because I've asked questions on the issue of housing and I get the response back, ministers talking about affordable housing. I'm not talking about just affordable housing. I care very much about social housing. That's where I grew up for my first 18 years, and I think that other people deserve that as well. So I urge ministers to consider the steps really needed to fix our housing crisis, just as we would all expect from a concerned Labour government.
My Lords, I find myself in an unusual situation, almost feeling that I'm making a maiden speech. So 16 years on the front bench, actually being a freed-up backbencher is a bit of a shock. You're free to think, but then there is nothing you have to do. Reflecting on advice I received from a Conservative peer when I first came in the House, it was put to me that the role was scrutiny, and the advice I received was to do that thoroughly. And he said the way to do it thoroughly was to choose a bill, see it through from beginning to end. And I have chosen this bill. To equip myself to participate, I've read around the bill, particularly the library brief, but I do recognise I have much more to learn. It seems to me, nevertheless, that this area has 3 problem areas. The first is price, quality and security. Over recent years, rent increases exceeding wage increases has made people poorer. Particularly, it's made poor people poorer. The bill would seem to make a modest impact at best. On the matter of quality, the bill would seem to be making a more significant input, and clearly from the news stories one hears from time to time on the issue of quality, that really is important to the minority of tenants that find themselves with rogue landlords who ignore their obligations. But it's security which would seem to be the most comprehensively covered by this bill, and I'm very pleased with that. Insecurity must be very difficult to live with. I can't really understand it. My experience of renting is way back when I was a child, and that was in the, I suppose, late 40s and 50s and early 60s. I lived in a council house, and it wasn't a wonderful palace, but it was perfectly adequate. Those days, rents were controlled, there was security of tenure. In terms of one's day-to-day thinking about it, it was not in any way significantly different from owning your own house. But since 1968, I've been privileged to live in a house that I owned, or at least owned in some sort of relationship with the building society. And to actually feel what it's like to be an insecure tenant in today is, I think, very difficult. I can't find a better word than horrible. And I guess that's how it must be. The anxiety of not knowing where you're going to sleep next week or next month. The depression it must bring. And the mental health problems that come with it. And this leads to things beyond the problem of renting: homelessness, rough sleeping. And one's got to recognise that rough sleeping leads to early death. It's even changed the pattern of our behaviours in society. Nowadays, two-wage families are starting to have their children either not at all or very late, which is exacerbating the growing demographic crisis in this country. I'm sure by the end of this process, I'll be convinced to support the bill after scrutiny. But we've got to hit the price problem. We must build the 1.5 million houses we have promised, and we must build the right sort of houses.
My Lords, I'll start by offering my thanks to both Baroness Brown and Lord Wilson of Sedgefield for their really enthusiastic and energy-driven speeches, which I felt was very infectious. It helped me, drive me along to feel infectious, to have the energy to do all the things that come along to all of us. So thank you very much, and you're both very, very welcome. I also must declare my interest as the Vice President of the Local Government Association, and also an interest I have as a part owner of rented property in Bingley, West Yorkshire. The Renters' Bill is aiming to ensure that those renting homes from landlords across the nation have a safe, secure place to live, managed by a landlord that is reasonable, responsive, and reactive when problems in their rented home occur. Something I'm sure we all wish to see. However, I do not believe that this bill will necessarily achieve this. I have spoken with a range of stakeholders in the rental market prior to the debate, including those in the built-to-rent sector, which has the potential to deliver up to 10% of this government's overall housing targets. The built-to-rent sector, if they are given the policy environment to deliver new net additional high-quality long-term rent homes, would do a great deal to achieve the housing targets that we need. It appears to me that the built-to-rent sector is particularly susceptible to the clauses in the bill in its current form that pertain to own-ended tenancies with 2-month notice periods, where renters are able to serve notice to leave their home on day one. This is because built-to-rent homes can be moved into quickly, as they benefit from shared amenities like Wi-Fi and concierge services, amongst others, that make them very attractive places to live, where renters can move in with just their suitcase and some groceries, and without the need to set up the water meter,
the internet provider, or deal with the utility providers. The government has been on record with its support for bringing more institutional investor landlords into the rental market and driving up standards across the market too, both of which are laudable goals alongside the building of new homes. However, allowing renters to immediately serve notice to leave their rented home on day one of their tenancy will have a detrimental impact, particularly on the build-to-rent sector's ability to secure investment, both domestic and foreign, to deliver the homes this government wants to see built. To reiterate, this issue increases the risk of short-term renting by those looking to take advantage of the legislative issues this bill creates, and also prevents those who truly want to put down roots in an area where they want to rent their homes doing so, and also while having an impact on future housing supply. This is not what this government intends, I'm sure, and certainly not supported of this government's growth agenda or house building targets either. I want to see this bill put in place an ability for renters to be able to serve their 2-month notice only after they have rented their home for a minimum of 4 months, thereby discouraging those who want to take advantage of the bill in its current form and seek to use the legislation to take advantage of the facilities and the high-quality homes that build-to-rent landlords provide. I am well aware of the need to ensure that renters are not trapped in unsafe, missold or damp or mould-ridden rented homes, and such exemptions should, of course, be included in any amendments made to the relevant clauses in the bill at committee. An additional potential impact of this bill on housing delivery that has been raised with me and that warrants consideration in this place is the impact to housing supply of the incentive this bill presents to renters to challenge their landlord's rent increase when served a Section 13 notice. I add at this point the fact that the Section 13 notices have not yet been digitised is an issue that in this day and age certainly needs urgent attention. Section 13 notices being challenged by any and all renters to simply delay a rental increase will only serve to achieve one goal: discouraging landlords looking to provide rental homes and investors looking to create new rental homes. These delays in landlords being able to achieve reasonable increases in their rent from renters will mean less investment is available for these landlords to build the new homes we need. The government cannot expect institutional landlords and institutional investors to deliver those new high-quality, sustainable homes if they face so much uncertainty and delay about the rent they might reasonably receive. I strongly support an amendment to the Section 13 clause of the bill that would ensure legitimate rent challenges from renters are progressed through the courts at speed, and we've heard a lot of attention being drawn to the difficulties of the court process at the moment, whilst rent challenges that have no legitimacy and are being lodged to simply delay fair and reasonable rent increases are deterred. Some opinions that landlords should certainly focus on are either an ability for a failed rent challenge in the court to bring the date of the original rent increase back into effect, with a payment plan put in place that is achievable for the renter to pay off over a reasonable period of time, or giving the courts the ability to increase rents past the point proposed on the Section 13 notice if the increase is below market rate and is subsequently challenged by the renter. The government has some laudable ambitions, and improving the lives of renters while delivering new homes are clearly two that many in this place and the other place will rightly support. But this bill as it stands leaves too many loopholes open for some to exploit at the expense of those who the legislation is being put in place to protect.
Well, my lords, what wonderful maiden speeches we heard today, and I heartily endorse the congratulations that have been given to our new peers. My lords, having read the debates in the other place describing the horror stories of damp dripping down walls, mould, infestations, faulty electrics, and landlords who just don't care, I welcome the principles behind this bill. As recorded in the register, I have dabbled in being a landlord myself, and nothing's more important than the safety and well-being of tenants. The majority of landlords take their responsibilities seriously, but for far too long a minority of rogue landlords have been able to exploit loopholes in legislation to treat tenants in a frankly horrific and wholly unacceptable way. The bill must put an end to that and provide tenants with the security and certainty they deserve. Our overall objective must be providing enough safe rented accommodation for all and thereby helping to end homelessness. But homelessness in our context can arise in two very different ways. First, by unscrupulous landlords evicting tenants who have the courage to point out problems in their rented properties, but secondly, by imposing excessive blanket regulation which causes conscientious landlords to sell up. Both must be prevented if we are to reduce and perhaps one day eliminate homelessness. A delicate balance therefore has to be struck here. There clearly needs to be tighter regulation, but the last thing we want is good landlords being deterred by this bill from staying in the sector. This would drive up rents and empower those bad landlords who simply ignore the rules. We need to be honest about this reality and not allow well-meaning ideology to trump what is in the public interest. So it's alarming to hear the leader of the opposition say in the other place that 47% of landlords either attempted to sell a property in 2023 or were thinking of doing so, with the biggest reason being their fear of new laws. Good landlords provide a vital service. The private rented sector is essential for those who cannot yet afford a mortgage, for young people, and for those who need to move for work purposes. Landlords giving up rental properties will not help the people who need to rent, and there are an awful lot of them. What's the answer to getting the balance right? For me, the way to do it is by targeting the new regulatory regime at the unscrupulous landlords, not by using the blunt instrument of blanket regulatory burdens which will deter good landlords from continuing and risk increasing homelessness. We heard in the other place that 4/5 of landlords are conscientious and want to look after the well-being of their tenants and, of course, their properties. So yes, there needs to be tighter regulation to target the minority of landlords who give that label a bad name. And many of the measures in this bill seem entirely appropriate. The question is rather, how are they to be enforced, by whom, and against whom? Ideally, where there's a dispute, we should be maximising the powers of a judge, an arbitrator, or an ombudsman to adjudicate on the specific circumstances of each case to determine how the regulatory regime should fairly apply in that case. So although I suspect it won't happen, I would drop some of the provisions which may otherwise drive good landlords out, while applying a tighter regulatory framework than currently, so as to ensure greater fairness to tenants. It's a question of getting the balance right. On the good landlord's side of the balance, allowing rent arrears to accumulate over 3 months before enforcement action can be taken risks intimidating those landlords into leaving the sector, with all the undesirable consequences which will ensue. A landlord is not a charity, and some depend entirely on the rent to pay mortgages or for their daily living costs. The relationship between tenant and landlord has to be a two-way street. Similarly, banning landlords from obtaining rent in advance will create greater risk for landlords and make them risk-averse in selecting tenants. This can only be detrimental to the latter. I also think any current objections to fixed-term penalties and existing periods of notice are mitigated if there is a mechanism for ensuring the Ombudsman has the power to decide where a tenant has a complaint, whether a landlord is giving notice for the right reasons. On the tenant's side of the balance, I think the bill is spot on as to what the reasons for eviction, horrid word, must be. Similarly, I see nothing wrong with being able to challenge rent increases if those increases are being used as a disguised way of forcing the tenant to leave beyond the reasons permitted in the bill. Nor do I think the reference to open market rents being imposed on landlords is unreasonable, provided there is a detailed explanation of how this will be assessed. I also welcome the extension of AWAB's law to the private rental sector so as to force landlords to address conditions like faulty electrics, mould and damp. Finally, I welcome the provisions dealing with landlord redress schemes, registration and the Ombudsman, provided there is clarity about how overlap with enforcement by local authorities and the courts will be avoided. The Ombudsman scheme is where the focus should, in my view, be, since consideration will then be given quickly and cost-effectively to the specific circumstances of the case, provided the Ombudsman's office is resourced well enough, of course. So there's lots of promise in the bill, but it needs to be honest and laser-focused on what is in the all-round public interest, i.e. the interests of good landlords as well as of tenants. The effects of the bill on the housing market and its effect on homelessness then need to be monitored closely, and a commitment by the government to report to Parliament annually to that effect, even if not enshrined in the bill, would be welcome.
My Lords, I declare my interest in the register as a Suffolk farmer with rented residential properties. I've been running our rural business for over 50 years. And I've also been particularly concerned to protect and, where possible, enhance the beauty of rural England. I served 3 terms as a Countryside Commissioner for England and Wales, 5 years as Chair of the Council of Protection of Rural England, and 20 years as President of the Suffolk Preservation Society. Therefore, I look at this bill mainly through rural eyes. I do, I'm afraid, see this bill as fundamentally flawed. Allow me to explain. Last year, I welcomed the new government and wished it well in the national interest. Since then, it's got into choppy waters. The main cause was pursuing policies which were internally contradictory to the main objectives, particularly economic policy, economic growth. Now we are seeing again in this bill the drafting which suggests a dislike, even or distrust at least, of the private rented sector. Yet this sector accounts for some 18% of the whole of the rented sector. To increase the number of houses is very much one of the government's objectives. Let me say at once that we all recognise there are very bad landlords, some even evil, and I will fully support all the parts of the bill, including, of course, the abolition of Section 21, which deal with that. But the central point in the bill is the abolition of the assured shorthold tenancy. Of course, Mr. Gove's rental reform bill also did this. This policy, which along with the deporting of arrivals to Rwanda, is among the 2 of the stupidest things the last government did. During the 1960s and in the right through to the 80s, rural housing was subjected to severe constraints on both tenancies and rents. Rents set by the rent officer were extremely low, often providing zero return on capital and cash flow, but was not enough even to keep the houses in proper repair and maintenance. As mechanisation of farming continued, more and more houses became available to farmers. The big leap forward came in 1988 with the introduction of the assured shorthold tenancy. John McGregor was the Secretary of State for Agriculture, and Nick Ridley was at the Environment, two fine Tory ministers. The AST gave security of tenure through mutual agreement to both tenant and landlord for an initial period of 6 or 12 or 24 months, with annual rent reviews and the options of renewal on a rolling 2-monthly basis. The AST actually has worked very well for 36 years, and it really seems to be up to the battle to abolish it now. If ever there was a case of if it works, don't fix it. The Conservative bill started with all such leases turned into no time, but they did change it to 6 months in committee, in the Commons. Now the government has cancelled that and has brought it back again to nearly 2 months, and virtually non-term. But as the courts of England are really very overwhelmed, it's extremely difficult to think how all this can be pleased. And I very much took Lord Atherton's point about the question as to how the judicial review of these very high penalties of up to £40,000 can be done, because it's not really for local authorities to impose such things. It's a judicial matter with sums of that size. The proposed tribunals to adjudicate on rents will be as restrictive to and being much more costly than the rent office himself. Traditionally, the private rented sector has used the RPI rather than the CPI for annual rent reviews. Meanwhile, the union is agitating to have the CPI, which others have mentioned today, and also the wage increase rents if they are low. Finally, I must urge the government to recognise that the private rented sector in housing is part of the capitalist system. Landlords are a form of entrepreneur. Whilst their behaviour must certainly be monitored and called to account at appropriate penalties for abuse, it must be allowed to attract investment. If the rents at the moment are barely adequate to a return on capital, as low as it may be, I think there may be few properties which produce a taxable rent of 3%. Most of them are 2% or less. I recognise that there are those, some of whom in the government dislike private landlords, but I suspect that even the Chancellor would recognise that there are no economic resources available to replace the system. And the government has housing targets to reach. These are imperilled by the present bill as it is now. Let us hope that the experience and the expertise of your Lordship's House will allow it to be improved.
My Lords, as a non-affiliated member of your Lordship's House, I congratulate the Government on the bill before us. Having listened to the contributions thus far, wiser counsel will come from other noble lords than me on improving and revising the legislation. I can only offer a narrow but I believe important perspective on an overlooked sector. I particularly wish to associate myself with the comments and contributions by the noble lady, Baroness Lister of Bertisset, and I also wish to heartily congratulate my friend, the noble Lord Wilson of Sedgefield, on a deeply moving and I believe important maiden speech, along with Baroness Brown of Silvertown, who reminded me of Silvertown, a place where my mother used to buy second-hand clothes for us as children from Rathbone Street Market. Their contributions gave us memories, my lords, memories that empower us, especially when dealing with legislation that is to effect positive social change. As I have said, I am no expert in this field, but as the noble Baroness, the Minister, will know, I have taken a keen interest in the paucity of rights for people who live in houseboats. And here I declare a personal interest in that friends of mine are currently moored at Chelsea and are deeply affected by developments there. I am grateful, my lords, to the Library for the extensive research that they undertook on my behalf in relation to the rights, or rather lack of rights, of houseboat dwellers. My focus is residential houseboats moored on the Thames and other inland waterways in England and Wales, and not canal boats, which are currently part of a review that is being undertaken. I have been informed by colleagues in the other place, and indeed from the noble lady, the Minister, for whom I have the highest regard, that a simple amendment which would extend the rights enjoyed by mobile homes in the Mobile Homes and Parks Act 2013, which amended previous legislation, would fall outside the scope of the bill now before us. I am grateful to the clerks for their initial advice, but I take this opportunity to inform the noble lady, the Minister, and others that I will return again to this subject, and hopefully with an amendment that achieves the necessary protections and that falls within the scope of the bill now before us. I believe, my lords, that the rights and protections afforded by this bill and other acts of Parliament do apply to residential houseboats residents, because such houseboats have tenancies. They have licences which are precisely that, a means of renting mooring either fixed to a pier or fixed to the riverbank. Yet those living on houseboats have absolutely no security of tenure, although they pay council tax, energy bills, water bills and insurance bills, but they do not have the same statutory rights as other tenants. My lords, this must be addressed. They have no protections when the owners of moorings propose to increase fees, or more worryingly, as we have seen at Chelsea, they have little redress when the owners of moorings propose not only to increase fees or develop the sites, but refuse to renew their licences, indeed renew their tenancies. And the situation is faced by houseboat owners and residents and is not dissimilar to the one faced by mobile home residents. But, my lords, while there is now legislation designed to provide some protections to mobile home residents, there is nothing at all designed to apply to residential houseboats. That is the sad reality facing houseboat owners at Chelsea Reach, a historic community that dates back to the 1930s, and other sites that have faced or are about to face development or disappearance. And this scenario, my lords, is played out on moorings the length and breadth of the country as people fight to retain their homes and, if and when evicted or are unable to remain because of excessive increases in charges and licence fees, have to physically remove their homes and often dispose of them. Previous governments have declared the issue is not, and I quote, big enough to legislate for, that it is not widespread. However, my lords, the problem has spread and is spreading as developers circle sites, and the problem will grow, and evictions and homelessness will grow with it. From Vauxhall to Chelsea to the Isle of Wight and beyond, people have had to face the choice of battling through the courts and all the costs that go with it for basic protections, or quitting their moorings and taking their homes with them, or in some instances, taking a sledgehammer to the interior of their houseboat to prevent the bailiffs from taking the property. My lords, I would argue that there is a moral imperative for the government to take action. I will not go on at length, but it is enough to say that it is often necessary to take preventative action to stop a small wrongdoing from becoming widespread. Therefore, I urge the government to work with me, and I ask the noble lady, the Minister, for that assurance that she will work with me and others to see how we can amend the bill to afford the same rights to these houseboat owners and residents as afforded to those by the Mobile Homes and Parks Act 2013. In conclusion, let us extend those basic rights with the accompanying criteria so that people can enjoy permanent and ongoing tenancies, security of tenure, protection from harassment, written agreements, conditions of residence, pitch fee protection. I contend, my lords, that what I am asking for on behalf of others is reasonable and moderate, and I ask the government to commit to delivering these basic rights to these forgotten and often overlooked residents.
Very good.
My lords, like my noble friend Lady Fuchs, I want to address the issue of pet ownership. It's one I've raised a number of times in this House, and I'm delighted the government is now tackling it. My lords, we're a nation of pet lovers. There are around 13.5 million homes with dogs as pets in the UK, and around 12.5 million homes are graced by a cat, mine included. My husband and I have been blessed with the company of several cats. Destino is the incumbent for 30 years and understand only too well the old adage that a cat is what makes a flat or house a home. We've always been lucky to own our own home, but the companionship offered by pets should not be a privilege limited only to those who can do so, as the noble lady, the Minister, quite rightly said in her opening remarks. That is now becoming a very pressing issue as we increasingly become a nation of renters, many of whom want to own a pet, a cat or dog, yet at the moment simply can't. The second most common reason that animals are relinquished to the wonderful Battersea Dogs and Cats home is housing, with only 8% of private landlords currently listing their property as pet-friendly, while an unacceptable 33% of private landlords who don't currently allow pets in any of their properties say that nothing would persuade them to do so. Cats Protection's Cats and Their Stats report in 2024 found that over 500,000 households who would like to have a cat don't have one because their rental agreements forbid it. As a result, Cats Protection took in the equivalent of 3 cats each day last year, where owners had to make the gut-wrenching decision to give them up. These are not just dry statistics, my lords. Wanting a pet and being told you can't have one impacts people's health and well-being, not least older, often lonely people for whom a pet is a lifeline. There are thousands of heartbreaking stories of people taking that most difficult of decisions, to give up their beloved pet to a shelter when they can't find somewhere pet-friendly to live. That includes cats like Zeki, who arrived at Battersea just 24 hours before his first birthday, after his owners were faced with that unenviable decision to find an alternative rental property that would allow pets or give up their beloved animal altogether. And take Anna and her husband, who after selling their home had to find a short-term rental with their newborn son and 2 cats. This young family found it so difficult to find a landlord who would allow cats that they ended up living in a tiny converted garage. Pets truly are members of the family, my lords. It's hard to overestimate the health benefits that pet ownership brings. Research by Mars Pet Care has found that pet ownership saves the NHS around £2.5 billion each year in the UK, with pet owners taking 15% fewer visits to a doctor for health reasons. That's partly the result of the physical health benefits of owning a dog, but also the result of the significant mental health support that all pets provide. Now, my lords, as the bill progressed in the other place, we heard arguments opposing the inclusion of the pet provisions due to concern that pets cause damage to properties. But evidence suggests that these fears are exaggerated. Research commissioned by Battersea with the universities of Huddersfield, Sheffield, Hallam and Brunel found that renting to tenants with pets is in fact commercially beneficial for landlords. So, my lords, I welcome strongly the pet provisions in this bill which seek to prevent landlords from being able unreasonably to refuse a pet request from a tenant. I also recognise that improvements have already been baked into this bill, including reducing the amount of time that landlords have to respond to a pet request. This change will make a meaningful difference for both tenants and shelter organisations dedicated to rehoming animals. However, my lords, there is room further to strengthen the bill's pet provisions to create a fairer balance between the needs and rights of both tenants and landlords, and I aim to bring forward proposals to do so at committee. Providing guiding principles, as has happened in countries such as France and Canada, where similar legislation has been passed, as to what constitutes unreasonable grounds for refusal from a landlord to a pet request would be a positive step. Whilst no piece of legislation can feasibly detail all scenarios, as my noble friend Lady Fuchs outlined earlier, without such guiding principles, I'm concerned that the legislation will leave open loopholes for landlords, giving too much leeway to deny the majority of pet requests, in turn placing an unnecessary burden on tenants, the Ombudsman and ultimately the courts. I also believe that once permission for a pet has been granted, it should remain in place for the duration of the tenancy. Otherwise, there is a risk of landlords revoking consent later down the line, undermining the stability and security for renters and their pets. Additionally, my lords, whilst I have no doubt that this legislation will make a real definition for those tenants in situ who wish to acquire a new pet, it won't act as enough of a sea change for those with existing pets who are looking for a new place to rent, with landlords simply shuffling prospective tenants to the bottom of the list. My lords, I strongly support the pet provision aspects of this bill because they mark the start of a long overdue culture shift, which will mean more tenants can own a pet in rented homes, with incalculable benefits not just for their own health and not just for the pets, but for society as a whole. With more people renting than ever and more wanting to own a pet, this legislation is a tremendous opportunity to unlock thousands of homes for pet owners. And I hope we can make the small necessary amendments to it during committee to ensure that we deliver for all those who want and deserve that most precious gift in life, the unconditional love of a pet.
My Lords, I would like to add my thanks to the noble lady, the Minister, for the way she introduced the bill tonight, and also to congratulate our two maiden speech peers for their highly relevant and interesting and insightful maiden speeches. Finally, I declare that some of my family members do let out 3 residential properties, although I do not. My Lords, there are many elements to this bill, and perhaps the most referenced tonight is the removal of Section 21 notices and the objective of providing tenants with greater security of tenure. These notices certainly encouraged supply of rental accommodation, but they have been abused by some landlords in so-called no-fault evictions of tenants. The pendulum of legal rights is now swinging towards tenants. Some landlords may not like it, but it is government policy, and with their substantial House of Commons majority, it is going to become law. I believe that most have now accepted that inevitability. That said, there is evidence that this impending change is already leading to a reduction in the supply of property to rent, while at the same time demand remains high and increasing. I will not delay the House further with figures today, but even the most enthusiastic advocates of ending Section 21 can claim that at best the supply of rented accommodation is flat. I therefore ask the noble lady, the Minister, when winding up, please to clarify specifically whether the government's view is that the ending of Section 21 notices is expected to increase the supply of rented accommodation. A related area of concern is the reversion to landlords having henceforth to go via the courts in Section 8 processes in order to regain possession of their property. This logically means that courts will have more cases than they currently do, as the noble Lord Etherton confirmed along with his other concerns, and the noble Earl Kinnoul also raised, as did Lord Leicester and the noble Lord Thurlow. While new tenants' rights will take almost immediate effect, there is very little confidence that the already clogged court and tribunal systems will somehow be simultaneously transformed, apparently by using the magic of digital and AI into swift and effective delivery mechanisms. I therefore ask the noble lady the Minister, please, to bear down in the interests of both landlords and tenants on the specifics, and in particular the timetable for this seemingly miraculous transformation. On a more positive note, my lords, and contrary to much of the tone around this bill, there are many occasions where landlords and tenants actually have positive relationships, and consequently both want to establish longer-term arrangements. This runs immediately, my lords, into the difficulty that fixed-term tenancies have sometimes been used to trap tenants. But, my lords, it doesn't have to be that way, as the noble Lord Truscott touched on earlier. I plan to bring forward a positive amendment that would enable tenants and landlords, if requested by the tenant after 4 months of occupancy, when they should have been able to size up their landlord and the property, and, of course, the reverse also applies, to go forward to mutual benefit on a longer-term basis without, and this is crucial, removing the tenant's ability to depart on 2 months' notice. This will, like other aspects of this bill, only apply to some landlord-tenant circumstances, but the bill needs to make such agreements at least possible. If it does not, informal or verbal agreements will develop outside the legislation, and these, my lords, tend to end in tears. Tenant groups with whom I have discussed the draft amendment have written to me to confirm that they think it has the potential to help tenants to have greater security in the context that I have just described. I may also bring amendments in respect of 2 other areas that we might consider to maintain a better balance between landlords and tenants. First, in the case of rent arrears, where the bill requires 3 months' arrears, plus 4 weeks' notice, plus, according to the Ministry of Justice, some 7 months of court processes. This will make rental properties unrentable and unavailable for almost 12 months, which I will argue is too long. Second, where the landlord seeks to sell a property under the new Ground 1A. The evidence shows that the period of 12 months to prove the property has been marketed is twice the length necessary. With suitable evidential safeguards, again crucial, my lords, the property should be made available to rent after just 6 months. Both of these amendments will address the need to sustain, rather than contract, the supply of suitable rental accommodation. I'll make 2 final points, my lords. First, while we seek to make these adjustments to the landlord-tenant relationship, the fundamental here, as many have touched on, is a mismatch between supply and demand. As long as the housing stock available to rent is so out of kilter with demand, systemic problems of non-availability and methods of rationing, overt or unspoken, will remain. In particular, landlords are going to be even more selective than they are now about who they choose, and, my lords, they do still have a choice, to rent to. Second, and I have raised this before, while the government assures us in exactly the same way as the last government did, that most landlords are actually good landlords, the real target for improvements in standards of accommodation and tenant rights should be the minority of bad ones, as the noble Lords Shipley, Thurlow and Carter have all reminded us. These individuals, and in some cases gangs, do not care for written agreements, decent home standards or legal niceties. Their activities are based on force, extortion and neglect. The bill risks, do I dare say this, mainly helping middle-class renters to gain and assert their rights. But unless, my lords, we get much more serious about enforcement, and that means really resourcing enforcement properly against the truly exploitative landlords, then life for those at the bottom of the housing ladder where the direst needs and the worst poverty coexist, will remain untouched, despite this well-intentioned bill as it stands presently.
My Lords, I'm another Vice President of the Local Government Association. More particularly, for what I want to say tonight, I'm co-president of London Councils. That's the body that represents all 32 London boroughs and the City of London. I was also a London Borough Councillor for 40 years and leader of that London Borough Council for 13 years. Not surprisingly, therefore, I'm going to speak about the situation in London, although, of course, I recognise many of the points I raise apply in most, if not all, cities and towns throughout the country. London is home to an estimated 2.7 million private renters, and rented properties now account for 31% of homes in the capital. That's 31%. I'm told that the closest regional average is just over 19%. Home ownership, therefore, is unaffordable to many London residents, and there are extremely long waiting lists for social housing. As a result, having access to safe, secure and affordable private rental property is vital for very many people living in London. London Councils therefore welcomes many of the measures in this bill and supports the government's aim to deliver a fairer, more secure and better quality private rented sector. In particular, London Councils strongly support the abolition of Section 21 no-fault evictions, which really cannot come soon enough. The bill proposes a range of significant new regulatory and enforcement responsibilities for local authorities, including responsibility for enforcing the decent homes standard in the private rented sector, and a duty on local housing authorities to enforce landlord legislation in their area, which of course means every London Borough Council, 32 of them. According to the English Housing Survey in 2022-23, London had 134,000 non-decent private homes, accounting for 12% of the market. Raising these to decent home standards will need very significant investment and will be costly and resource-intensive for boroughs to enforce. London boroughs themselves forecast a funding shortfall in 2025-26 of £500 million. My Lords, will the Minister commit the government tonight? I'm not going to ask her to commit to the full funding because I've been doing that for the last 40 years and I know the answer I will get. My Lords, will the Minister commit, though, to working with local authorities to produce a full new burdens assessment in relation to this bill, so that we have a real and realistic idea of what the actual resource needs are going to be to implement the bill? My Lords, I want now to turn to Home Office accommodation for refugees and asylum seekers. In the other place, the government argued that it is not necessary to bring that within the scope of this bill, because such accommodation is already regulated to what they described as, and I quote, a high standard by the asylum and supports contracts enforced by the Home Office. Evidence from London Borough local authorities, and I'm sure local authorities in other parts of the country would bear this out too, consistently demonstrates that the view expressed by the government in the other place is simply not the reality. Extensive feedback from London authorities provides widespread evidence of poor standards across asylum accommodation. Enforcement action is often slow when contract breaches and other issues are identified, and I'm told that a number of barriers remain in implementing effective enforcement action. The subcontracting model of the Home Office providers results in a lack of accountability and misalignment between Home Office and local authority standards. London local authorities report that responses are slow and residents spend hours at a time waiting to get through via the helpline. And in some instances, there is evidence that complaints have not been properly recorded. The exclusion of Home Office accommodation from the provisions of this bill will inevitably result, certainly in London, in a two-tier system, which will be particularly serious in London. Extending the provisions of the bill would assist in creating uniform standards and give statutory bodies greater powers to take effective enforcement action. London councils are therefore seeking to extend the provisions under AWAB's law and the Decent Home Standard to include Home Office contracted accommodation, including initial, contingency and dispersal accommodation. They also ask that the powers of the proposed Ombudsman should be extended to include asylum seekers. Having an independent Ombudsman will give people seeking asylum greater agency and trust in the asylum system. My Lords, London councils are raising very important issues drawn from actual experience, not expectations, but from actual experience. And no doubt that's the same is true in many other towns and cities in the country. So may I ask the Minister this evening not simply to dismiss them tonight as unnecessary, but rather to take away this very important issue and give careful consideration to how best it can be met within the provisions of this bill.
I have to start by congratulating my noble friends Lord Wilson of Sedgefield and Baroness Brown of Silvertown on their excellent maiden speeches, and I'm sure the House will benefit from their membership. Now, it's a pleasure to follow the noble Lord Tope, because he's in fact covered a number of the points that were going to be included in my speech, and I agreed with everything he's said. My views on housing are very much governed by my experience as a London Borough councillor in a city, and that experience guides my views on housing. But I'm not just going to talk about London. I also want to talk about older renters. The two, a Venn diagram means there's a considerable overlap. There's more older renters in London in proportion than anywhere else in the country, and it's a particularly difficult issue in London which needs to be addressed. There is a crisis in London housing. The crisis is driven by a combination of soaring rents, the lack of affordable housing, and growing insecurity for tenants. With 2.7 million private renters, 31% of the capital's housing market, many Londoners are struggling with rising costs, poor housing conditions, and the threat of eviction. Older renters in London are particularly vulnerable in this crisis. Many are long-term tenants facing significant rent hikes on fixed incomes, leaving them at risk of eviction and potential homelessness. Unlike younger renters, older tenants often struggle to relocate due to mobility issues, limited financial means, and a shortage of suitable age-friendly housing. Additionally, age discrimination in the private rental sector and strong competition in the sector make it harder for older people to secure new tenancies. This is a growing issue. Research from the charity Independent Age estimates that over the coming 25 years, there will be a fourfold increase in the number of older renters. So urgent action is needed, including rent controls, greater legal protections and stronger enforcement against rogue landlords. Without intervention, London's rental market will continue to push vulnerable groups, especially older people, into precarious and unstable living conditions. Given the extent of the crisis in London, I make no apology for highlighting the views of London councils, emphasising the points made by the Noble Lord Tope, and also the Mayor of London on what is needed in addition to what's in the bill. Now, the Mayor and London councils have broadly welcomed the Renters' Rights Bill as a crucial step towards improving the private rented sector in the capital. However, they have highlighted key areas where further government action is needed to address the capital's severe housing pressures, growing homelessness, and stretched local authority resources. We will need to address the issues they raised during the committee stage. While both the Mayor and the London councils support the abolition of Section 71 no-fault evictions, which has been a major driver of homelessness in London. 5,000 Londoners face homelessness due to Section 21 evictions in the last fiscal year, an 18% increase from the previous year. So, greater protection for tenants as set out in the bill, but also the Mayor, for example, has called for rent control powers to be devolved to London, while London councils, as we've heard, support strengthened tenant protections against sudden rent increases through a fairer tribunal process and an extended notice period of 2 months. Both bodies have expressed concerns about the new regulatory and enforcement responsibilities being placed on local authorities. Council will be responsible for enforcing the decent home standards in a private rental sector where 134,000 properties failed to meet this standard. With London boroughs already facing a £500 million funding shortfall for the forthcoming year, additional enforcement duties will be unsustainable without government funding. London councils have urged the government to undertake a full new burdens assessment to ensure councils can implement reforms effectively. We also need stronger protections against rental discrimination. They call for the regulation of guarantor requirements, which discriminate against older people who find it more difficult to obtain such guarantees, in addition to migrants and low-income renters. The bill should also ensure better access to compensation for renters that face discrimination with a lower burden of proof for claims. Now, I'm running out of time. I just want to emphasise the point which has been made by the Noble Lord Tate and also by my noble friend about extending protection to asylum accommodation. Both the Mayor and London councils have highlighted the substandard conditions in Home Office provided asylum accommodation. And more, what we need is an extension of the decent home standard to cover asylum accommodation, the application of a Watts law and the new Renters Ombudsman to cover asylum housing, ensuring that asylum seekers and refugees receive the same legal protections as other renters.
Can I congratulate Lord Wilson of Sedgefield and Baroness Brown of Sedgefield for their passionate and moving maiden speeches. This bill will be welcomed by tenants not only to improve security of tenure of their homes and also improve the quality of properties being rented to them. The bill encourages tenants to seek redress against poor landlords for issues they have with their properties like repairs, unfair rents and unfair evictions. This bill increases the reliance on courts and local authorities and ombudsmen to decide on these issues, as covered by many peers. Currently, all these are under pressure, and I look forward to the noble ministers hearing what plans are in place to deal with this increased workload. Also, with the increase in reliance on these bodies, is there a risk that the complexities for tenants on who to contact increases, as there are currently 10 organisations that they could contact with these issues. So some clarification for tenants in future would be useful. Change always creates uncertainty, and this bill certainly does for landlords. Already landlords are making decisions based on this bill and its many unintended consequences, some of which I will address. I welcome the need for the reason to give notice to protected tenants. But could I ask the noble Baroness and Minister for a clarification on an issue that came forward to me? If a landlord has a rented property under a shorthold tenancy and has the need to employ a carer for themselves or for a carer to live in that property, could they give notice under grounds 5E with only 4 weeks' notice? As this is an issue that was raised with me, and I don't expect an answer tonight. The tenant's rights and protections to challenge punitive practices such as rental bidding, this will be, I'm sure, circumvented by landlords and lettings by increasing the asking price of the rented property, especially when demand is in certain areas. Therefore, again, putting tenants off from putting in offers, as already mentioned by Lord Thurlow. The principle of being allowed to take rent in advance is welcome, but one simple rule does not work for a sufficient number of tenants, mainly those who do not have credit history. For example, overseas individuals and families coming to this country to work or study, individuals starting new businesses with less than 3 years' worth of accounts, and students with no guarantor. These individuals may have the funds to pay rent in advance, but cannot due to this bill, and will be overlooked in preference of those tenants with regular incomes. Can I ask the noble Baroness if any amendment has been considered on how we can help this type of prospective tenants? The reduction of the effective minimum term of 3 months for tenancies is more uncertainty for landlords. Landlords and letting agents will incur most of the costs of letting a property at the beginning of the tenancy. Therefore, would be out of pocket on a regular basis. Can I ask the noble Baroness the Minister why the Government feels the need for such a short starting period to tenancies, and do not landlords deserve some protection for the costs of moving a tenant into a property? Pet ownership has increased in the past 5 years, and the importance of pets to individual and families has also increased. So the right to request a pet is helpful and welcomed. Would it not be wise, firstly, to define a pet in the bill? And could I suggest that a term such as companion animal is used? In the veterinary profession, this category typically includes dogs, cats, birds, rabbits, and other small mammals. And I think this would help within the bill. I thank the Minister for her noting my interest in this area as well. It acknowledges that pets bring additional dirt, increased wear and tear to properties, and on occasion cause damage and infestation of fleas. That is why holiday letting markets charge extra amounts when pets are allowed. The bill has tried to address this concern by asking tenants to pay for pet insurance. As pointed out by the Earl of Cornwall, this product does not exist. I look forward to further discussions on this point with the Minister and at the committee stage. There is a shortage of supply of rental properties. There's been a shortage of rental properties for many years, and especially in rural areas, as covered by the Earl of Leicester. With changes in the bill, rural landlords in areas with good communication to major cities and holiday destinations are changing the use of properties to holiday lets or renting to city weekenders on a common law tenancy basis, which gives the landlord a lot more flexibility. This further reduces the availability of affordable supply of property to local individuals, workers and families. And I think this is an area we need to address. I look forward to contributing further to this bill in committee stage.
My Lord, I declare an interest as an owner of rented property. The last government introduced a bill to reform the rental market. It was a rotten idea then, and it's a rotten idea today, although I do believe it's extremely well-intentioned, but it will undoubtedly do more harm than good. I'm constantly amazed by the belief of governments in the face of evidence and common sense that they can improve things by intervening in a market that works. Last week I quoted the late Milton Friedman. If you put the federal government in charge of the Sahara Desert, in 5 years there'll be a shortage of sand. If this bill is enacted, then in 5 years there will be an even greater shortage of rented accommodation than there is at present. That's if anything more than a token market remains. Landlords are already creaking under the weight of tax and bureaucracy, and the rental market is shrinking. Rented accommodation, as a number of noble lords have pointed out this evening, will always be needed, but the policies the government is proposing will result in a further reduction of the amount of rented property available. Decreasing supply, coupled with the increasing demand, will only serve to push up costs for new tenants. My Lord, the government's tortuous manoeuvring around rent controls will not work. Under this bill, any tenant who disagrees with the rent increase can go to a tribunal. At that tribunal, rent can only be reduced. It can never be increased beyond the landlord's proposal, however modest that proposal may have been. It's a win-only bet for the tenant. Even if a proposed rent increase is ruled acceptable, the tenant does not have to start paying it until the tribunal has concluded. And who knows how long that could take. At best, the tenant gets a rent reduction, and at worst, a delayed rent increase. Why wouldn't every tenant appeal on every possible occasion? The tribunals will be swamped, and the delays become unreasonable. There's another problem with the rent tribunals, my lords. The tribunal's job is to determine what the market rent should be and to ensure that rent increases do not exceed it. If rents never go above an existing market rate, then the market rate will not change. It will stay at exactly the same. To state the obvious, landlords let their premises in return for rent. To create a situation where the return on the investment is static, because the rent never goes up, but costs go up, this can only result in a reduced supply of rental accommodation. In Berlin, they introduced a law in 2020 to maintain rents at 2019 levels for 5 years. Because of that law, the number of new rental properties coming onto the market fell by almost half, and the scheme ended after less than 2 years. Similar legislation in Scotland has resulted in a significant reduction in rental stock and the highest rent increases in the United Kingdom. In Ireland, because of the shortage of rental accommodation, foreign students ended up sleeping in tents. The evidence of the harm that can be done by governments trying to interfere in the market stares us in the face. There are many problems in this bill, my lords, and I have only commented on one of them so far. To burden landlords with some of the other suggestions in this bill will only accelerate the landlord's exodus from the market. As my noble friend Baroness Scott said, around 90% of landlords are individuals, of whom nearly half own only one property. Many of them will not have the resources to cope with the government's new demands. I remind the government that landlords already have considerable overheads to maintain their properties. Gas safety test certificates are needed every year. Electrical installation condition reports are required for each new letting or every 5 years. Energy performance certificates are obligatory, and the demands of what they have to achieve increase every year. Landlords are legally required to vet their tenants. Tenants can complain to the local authority if rules are not complied with. These are some of the costs and bureaucracy that landlords face already. This bill makes the burdens worse. Demands will include deposits will be limited to 1 month's rent. The existing 5 weeks in no way covers the damage caused by a bad tenant. Landlords will not be able to refuse pets, despite the almost inevitable damage. And I would say to the noble Lord, Lord Black, that I have never refused a pet. And they have invariably cost me money, way over and beyond any deposit. By the way, I won't go on. I will never refuse one either. But fixed-term tenancies are to be abolished, even where they are in the interest of both parties, such as the majority of student accommodation. And the threshold needed to be breached for eviction for antisocial behaviour or rental arrears is being increased. Up to now, the ability to use Section 21 ensured tenants behaved in a neighbourly manner. There will be much to deal with at committee stage, my lords. I'll spare your lordships any more today.
Yeah. My lords, let me first of all say congratulations to the two maiden speakers who have spoken for us, and let's hope that they enjoy being in your lordship's house. Let me first of all start by saying that we have a very distorted housing market. I think among all countries of Europe, we have the highest amount of ownership, home ownership. 2/3 of the houses are home-owned. And if you look at home ownership, social housing, and private rental is the stepchild of the country. Because when I first arrived in this country 60 years ago, there was a very healthy rental market. And indeed, until I arrived here, I had only lived in rental houses in 2 different countries, in 4 different cities. The idea of owning a house was never there. I found out after my first 2 attempts at renting houses, which are flats, which I am very lucky with. Everybody was screaming at me saying, "Why are you renting? You must buy, because mortgage payments are tax deductible, and therefore you really must stop all this tenancy and buy." So we have actually subsidized home ownership outrageously. I think the only asset I know of on which you can make a profit and pay no capital gains tax is a owned house. And if you have a housing market like that, no wonder anybody who can at all afford to have a mortgage at the age of 12 or 13 or whenever, they will get a mortgage from mom and dad's bank. They will take a loan and buy a mortgage. So we are basically leaving the rest of the sort of population in 2 different categories. Those who are local and sort of qualify, in words of the local council, get social housing. But unfortunately, New Labour did not build any social housing. So we don't have as much social housing as we used to have. But the people who are left, who can't have a social housing, nor have money to buy a house, they are in this category of private rental tenants. And they are either transients, like students, who are going to be there for only 2 or 3 years, and they don't really mind about the rent, but the rest of them are new arrivals in this country, immigrants, or people who are just very poor and not able to get any social housing. So you really have to look at the category of people who are trapped in this private rental category, who are relatively the worst off section of society. What we don't have, which we had when I first arrived here, is rental for comfortable 3-bedroom houses, things like that. We used to have unfurnished rental. But the noble Lord Best, who is not in his place, mentioned Rackman. It was Rackmanism, which actually he was a exploitative landlord, and the whole scandal about Rackman basically made people very hostile to this. And steadily since then, since 1965 to now, we have expanded one part of the housing by the subsidy, and we have starved the private renting sector. Now, I don't want to talk about the details of this bill, because quite a lot of people have already talked about it. But I think we either have to do something about the very generous tax treatment of ownership owned houses, because I think what that does, in my view, is that it discourages people from investing in stocks and shares, because in stocks and shares you're taxed for capital gains, but you're not taxed for capital gains in housing. So we invest far too much into bricks and mortar, and not enough into sort of productive capital, because our tax system is totally distorted. So anyway, that is not what the bill is about. The bill is about this small, about 1/5, one-fifth of the population which is trapped into private company. And on that, let me just say one important thing, that if you're going to index rents, you should not index them to the consumer price index. I think I would urge the government to ask the Office of National Statistics to construct a housing cost index, which the landlords may have to pay for repairs and so on, which are different kind of costs from the cost of consumer price, which go into consumer price index. Because landlords, we may find that it costs much more to repair a property or keep property in good shape, rather than just buying bread or sausages. So I think we ought to at least do that little thing in favor of this somewhat universally disliked landlords, and I think that might improve the performance of the bill.
My Lords, like a number of other speakers in this afternoon's debate, I should begin by referring to my register and the interest, and to declare that I am a landlord of some rented properties on my own account, and I'm landlord in a capacity as trustee for quite a lot more. The risk of stating the obvious, but it is rather important, I think, houses are wasting assets. They always need refreshing and maintaining, and this is a predicament that affects everybody in this country in one way or another. They are also, and I think this is also significant, a crucial part of the nation's housing, the nation's national infrastructure. And while recently we've heard a lot about the failures to properly maintain our national infrastructure, the railways, the roads, and water systems, we don't really think about housing in this context. But of course, it should be thought that way. And if you want to look at an example of what happens if you don't carry out proper maintenance to buildings, you need go no further than the building in which we are all this afternoon, which is an absolute scandal. Now, my Lords, it's the case that, in fact, although we've sometimes might have thought to the contrary this afternoon, that the private rental sector isn't homogenous, And there clearly has been abuse, which the government is right to address. Nevertheless, as is also clear, the private landlord tenant process is an essential element of our housing scene in this country, and it is, as previous speaker has just said, quite distinct from owner occupation. And getting it right as much as we can is in the real world, and I say that because I want to contrast it with the kind of desktop studies which sometimes accompany debates of this sort, is absolutely crucial for individual families' well-being and the wider provision of housing in the country taken as a whole. And we mustn't throw out the metaphorical baby with the bathwater. Now, we can't do this unless we start from a presumption, which has got to be based on realism about the real world, that both landlords and tenants are not scheming crooks. But there must be mechanisms, usable mechanisms, which can cut in quickly and unequivocally against tenants and against landlords if roguery is suspected. Again, it's a question of balance. Now, some of the bills, the changes in the bill seem to me to be desirable and moving in the direction of improving that balance. Others perhaps go in the opposite direction. And as we shall be discussing these in more detail at later stages of the bill, I'm not going to go into them now. All I would say as a landlord is if the rent isn't paid, it has the same effect as opening a wallet, taking cash out of it. And trashing a house or flat is the same as trashing someone's car. They're not victimless activities, on the contrary. Now, clearly, from the tenant's point of view, security of tenure is a very important aspect, and I have considerable sympathy for proposals to end no-fault eviction. As far as market rent is concerned, this is, I think, a very, very slippery concept. Again, Noble Lord Desai touched on it. But you see, where I live in the north of England, the rent levels in Cleetham Hall are very, very different from the rent levels in Chelsea. And this has a very considerable bearing, because where the landlords are being expected to improve houses at the behest of the government, you find that building costs have been increasing, as far as I can see, way ahead of inflation recently. And the whole thing gets into a muddle if you aren't careful. And I think there is an important question for the long run, that if the code by which private landlords are expected to operate turns de facto, not necessarily de jure, into some kind of housing benefit, what are the consequences and implications of that? Now, my lords, it's one of the mysteries of the world we live in that the land and housing market doesn't appear necessarily to follow that which are generally thought to apply under the wider laws of economics. We've only got to look at the government's experience with calculating profitability in agriculture recently to see that. But when there is a conflict in this sort of context between experience and theory, experience of this real marketplace must always be right. Now, simply repeating historic mantras I don't think is very helpful in this context. What is needed is a complete rethink from first principles about a whole range of both the subject matter of the bill and the inexorably connected flanking measures. Noble Lord Desai has been doing a bit of that, and the Noble Lord Best did earlier on in this afternoon's debate. And if we don't do that, I think we will end up just simply going down a cul-de-sac. But the whole housing sector, as I already said, just like other infrastructure, is a wasting asset. And this has got to be at the centre of our thinking, and it has to be understood by government, not only this government, but governments of all political persuasion. And the private sector, rental sector, is an integral component of that. And my belief is that the only way it can function in the national interests is if it works for both landlords and tenants. And this depends as much on the balance within the legislation as it does on the specificity of each and every element of it. If the arrangements taken together with government's involvement outside but having a bearing on this market do not achieve that, then this bill will simply become an act that fails.
I too have an interest to declare, personal and professional one, with the private rented sector since 1968, and members of my family are also private rented sector landlords. I thank the noble Baroness, the Minister, for introducing the bill so cogently, and I add my tribute to our two excellent maiden speakers. Now, my lords, my professional training started in 1969 or thereabouts, involved an understanding of the Protection from Eviction Act and the Rent Acts, the Rent Officer Service, the Rent Assessment Committees and fair rents. This regime, I know for certain, created a severe attrition of the private rented sector. It fell, and the statistics show this, from 31% of homes in 1961 to under 10% in 1991, with substantial value write-downs in the process. The 1988 Act brought some relief and brought in shortholds, and the emphasis, I say, my lords, was on the short bit. That was what it was intended to do, and you couldn't let for more than 5 years in the early stages of that. And it continued uninterrupted pretty much under several subsequent administrations. But even so, the proportion stood at 9.7% of homes in 2000. Now, the government has been strident in its insistence that under the bill no rent controls are planned. But, my lords, I see the ability to challenge above market rents, and indeed the allied pressure for CPI pegging of rents, and indeed the whole question of affordability, to actually amount to the very same principle of fair rents under the 1965 Act, give or take a bit, and likely to have very similar outcomes. At any rate, my lords, I believe it's a distinction without a real difference, and in any event, too, it could be adjusted and altered at a stroke of the pen. My lords, the market will take note of this, I believe, looking at the headwinds and looking at the new obligations under this bill. So my take is that the private rented sector is now destined for material decline. Halving it to the sub 10% of homes that it was in 2000 seems at least a possible medium-term prospect. No rush to the exit, my lords, just a steady attrition, probably with the 45% of the PRS in the buy-to-let component leading the way. So does it matter in what is actually a highly interconnected and joined up housing sector where people can move from one to the other? Well, if the noble Lord Lord Best is right, I'm glad to see him sitting in his place, the surplus would be hoovered up by social landlords and new companies. But to be at affordable rents, and I assume this means no more than 80% at absolute maximum or even less of the market rents, buying property at market levels may be needing work and improvement, but to let at 20% discount on rising costs with current interest projections, the added duties, risks and so on, strikes me as an improbable outcome. I'd like to know where the model is for this, but maybe he's right, and that giving an incentive to sell to the sitting renter, such of those who has the cash to enable them to do that, would be a way forward. But if it's released in drips and drabs onto the general housing market, it cannot but fail to have a damaging, or should I say, a dampening effect on the growth in housing values and indeed the viability of new build rollout, because of the interconnected nature of the sector, and likely over an extended time frame. And I remind your lordships that the CPRE suggests that there are at least 1 million consented residential plots that have not been built out, that are sitting there waiting to go. But the if I'm right here, and we are moving to a higher proportion altogether of social rented property, then again the pressure on homes to purchase might, by that token, reduce, Good, I hear you say, but be careful what you wish for. Year-on-year increases in house prices are in large part what underpins our economy. And from the Treasury at one end and with the tax revenues in sight, through developers and constructors, local authorities to first-time buyers at the other end hoping to build equity in their home, this is all about money supply, banking, consumer spending, and so on. I am no fan of a model based on inventory rather than productivity, a point that the noble Lord Inglewood almost touched on, but I consider, in any event, it will only end in tears eventually. But it is such an important driver in our post-industrial, service industry-based economy, where we in the UK have about the 5th or 6th highest exposure to property-related debt in the world, that it cannot be ignored. So, what about inventory valuation that sits behind this? Has anybody done the calculations? So, I see this bill as having the potential to trigger much larger events in a system of very many moving parts. I hope it's not an adverse trigger. I would hate if things got back to the stage we were in 2008. But this is why I would prefer a less iconoclastic reform. Despite all the ills in the existing private rented and abuses, which I readily acknowledge. But I would like to see choice, flexibility, freedom to transact with ease of entry and exit, and all the mobility that this implies. And that implies also fair balance. It's a world of complementary needs. And if we should remember too that after 2008, the expansion of the private rented sector was able to absorb a lot of the pain that would have otherwise resulted from that debacle. But I am afraid that I see a bulky document inherently encapsulating more cost, risk, delay, and a transactional drag whilst it all beds in. Now, I think that we have to stop conflating the problems within the private rented sector with other matters, such as social inequality, lack of affordability, housing costs, high and inward migration, employment problems, income distribution, and so on. We have to remove it from that.
Excuse me, please. Excuse me. Could the noble lord please wind up? The advisory time is 7 minutes. Thank you.
Noble Baroness, right, I'm actually finished. If I'm right, there's little that can be done with this bill, but nonetheless, I will engage in order to try and improve it. And like my noble ancestor, Lord Byron, I deny nothing, but I doubt everything.
My Lords, I firstly declare my interest as a rental property owner. I support certain aspects of this bill, but have major reservations on other parts of it. On some issues, the bill strikes the right balance. This is agreed by the National Residential Landlords Association, NRLA, and the Large Agents Representation Group, LARP. These issues include provisions to establish a decent home standard, applying AWAB's law sensibly, tackling discriminatory practices faced by benefit claimants and families with children, protecting guarantors when a tenant dies while renting a property, and efforts to end bidding wars. These parts of the bill are welcome, but before I look at the bill's problems, I'd like to take a step back and examine the background to the English residential letting market. Firstly, there are not enough private rented properties to meet demand. The noble Baroness, Lady Taylor of Stevenage, has acknowledged that demand is currently outstripping the supply of properties available to let. According to the latest English Private Landlord Survey, the number of landlords looking to sell properties is increasing. 31% of landlords plan to cut the number of properties they rent out. Landlords selling properties is not good news for tenants. This is the leading reason tenancies end, according to the government's homelessness data. The leading countryside organisation, the CLA, states that the rural private housing sector is shrinking. 44% of countryside landlords plan on selling or changing use class in the next 2 years. This compares to only 21% planning to build in the same period. 90% of those planning to leave the sector gave changes in the private renting sector tenancies as the first cause. The second cause is the proposal to increase minimum energy efficiency standards to Energy Performance Certificate C. The third is the abolition of Section 21, which I shall now move on to. The courts are already facing huge backlogs. Ending Section 21 will put an even greater strain on them. They will need to consider and process possession cases where landlords have good cause. Under the Section 8 process, the Other Place Housing Select Committee has previously warned that the courts will be overwhelmed without reform. Government data suggests that it takes the court an average of just over 7 months to process Section 8 possession cases. This is from a case being accepted to the property being repossessed and includes cases related to antisocial behaviour and serious rent arrears. As far back as September, the Housing Minister in the Other Place said that the government is working to ensure that the court system is ready at the point that the new system comes into effect. However, since then, no clarity has been provided by the government about what the courts being ready means in practice. This is especially concerning, given that the Housing Minister told the Public Bill Committee in the Other Place that the court system is on its knees. A clear resource plan must be put in place before reforms take effect. The Law Society has rightly warned that, without investment for housing legal aid in the courts, the bill will not achieve its aims. Despite representing the most significant reforms to the private rented sector in over 30 years, no clear implementation plan has been developed or published. Such a plan is vital to ensure that the sector understands what is expected of it and when. Sufficient time needs to be allowed to prepare for the changes. Can I therefore ask the noble lady the Minister which parts of the bill will be implemented at what stage? I now move on to the problems of the legislation with regards to the tribunal system. The bill is set to allow tenants to challenge above-market rent increases at the property tribunal. The ruling cannot decide that the proposed rent increases should be higher than what was proposed by a landlord, and tenants can take rent determinations to a tribunal free of charge. Based on the measures within the bill, there is no clear reason as to why a tenant would not take an increase to the tribunal. This is irrespective of whether their challenge will be successful, not least because the only way to test if a rent increase was in market rates or not would be to go to the tribunal. At the second reading of the bill in the Other Place, the Housing Minister told MPs that the government do not want the tribunal to be overwhelmed. However, it is not clear how this will be achieved. So I suggest to prevent the property tribunal being overwhelmed with rental appeal cases, tenants should first be able to establish from the Valuation Office Agency if a proposed rent increase is within market rates or not. This would make use of the VOA's experience on local market rents and reduce waiting times for cases that needed to be decided by the tribunal. The next problem is Clause 9 of the bill. The effect of this could see a number of otherwise suitable applicants shut out from the private rented sector. The clause prohibits any form of rent in advance, other than the first month's rent, which is only payable after the tenancy agreement has been entered into. Whilst the government's intentions behind seeking to prevent large amounts of rent being paid in advance are understandable, limiting this ability may close off the private rental market to certain groups who most struggle to prove their ability to sustain a tenancy, including covering their rents. Those most likely to be affected are international students and overseas workers who have no credit history in the UK, as well as those employed on a short-term or variable basis with income that fluctuates. Those from overseas are also most likely to struggle to secure a UK-based guarantor for their rents. In addition, can I ask the noble lady the Minister how guarantors will work under the new legislation? Given the end of fixed-term tenancies, it's unlikely that a guarantor would be willing to guarantee a tenant's rent indefinitely. The bill's potential to close off the market from those of overseas is in direct contrast to the Chancellor's ambition to encourage more high-skilled workers to the UK and the Education Secretary's recent message welcoming international students to the countries. I have two other issues. The first is ensuring the database of private housing works. Chris Norris of the NRLA, which represents 100,000 landlords, says, "It makes no sense that whilst planning to create a national database of private landlords, the government wants to make it easier for councils to licence landlords as well. Can I ask the noble lady the Minister how the government plans to prevent the two schemes from duplicating each other? A failure to do so risks them becoming nothing more than cash cows at the expense of landlords. The database must make it easier for responsible landlords to demonstrate compliance with all their obligations. My final issue is the uncertainty for landlords over gaining repossession of 1 or 2 bedroom properties let out to students. Can I ask the noble lady the Minister why the new possession ground 4A will not apply to these?
My Lords, may I congratulate Baroness Brown and Lord Wilson on their excellent maiden speeches and welcome them to their house. I declare an interest as a part owner of 2 rental properties, although without beneficial interest, as a veterinary surgeon and as co-chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Animal Welfare. My Lords, I want to concentrate in this debate on the issue of keeping pets, and I want to thank the Bill team for useful discussions we've had previously. Currently, the Bill has limited descriptions of 3 important areas, namely what is a pet. They're described in the Bill as, quote, an animal kept by a person mainly for personal interest, companionship and or ornamental purposes, which basically could be any animal. What is damage, and I'll say a bit more about that later, and what is reasonable or unreasonable, as Baroness Fuchs referred to earlier. With respect to the definition of pets, clearly there are very different considerations of welfare, public health, damage, hazards and consequences to others between keeping 1 budgerigar or 5 Alsatians. But most species of pets are likely to cause no problems. But the most popular pets, dogs and cats, unfortunately, are those to which the greatest problems might occur. My Lords, there's a balance to be struck here between 3 variables: the welfare of the pet, the well-being of pet owners, and thirdly, the possible negative impact on others. In considering these trade-offs, the first point I would want to make is the difference between assistance dogs and other dogs. Assistance dogs are protected by the Equality Act of 2010 and are known as auxiliary aids to disabled people and not legally regarded as pets. But Assistance Dogs UK, the organisation, still receive reports of obstacles to people with assistance dogs being able to access private rental accommodation. Because of the high degree of training of the dogs and of the owners and the benefit to the owners of these dogs, I suggest there's a clear argument to favour a tenant's right to have an assistance dog in private rental accommodation. But there is an issue about this in that there is no official recognition of what is an assistance dog. There is a need for some central registration of such animals and owners to unequivocally identify them, perhaps analogous to the provision of blue badges for parking for preferences for people with certain disabilities. With regard to the welfare of pets in private rental accommodation, of course, such pets are covered by the same animal welfare protection provided under the Animal Welfare Act of 2006 and other legislation for animals in any other accommodation. So there's no issue with regard to the welfare of the animals. From the pet owner's perspective, there is much evidence of the value of pets to human well-being. A 2016 report for Companion Animal Economics estimates that owning a pet reduces cost to the NHS of £2.5 billion a year through reduced numbers of doctor visits. Furthermore, there's well-known health benefits, including improved mental and physical well-being by reducing feelings of anxiety and depression, and increased physical activity on the part of owners. With respect to damage, this is not fully defined in the bill, but clearly applies to physical damage to furniture and fittings. Now, certain pets, notably dogs, can do considerable damage to furniture or fittings, especially when confined in accommodation without supervision. So I suggest, my Lords, that the figures quoted in the impact assessment for £12 a year cost for landlords and £7 a year cost for pet-owning tenants are far too low. But the negative effects of dogs and cats potentially go beyond physical damage. Of considerable consequence and unconsidered in the bill is the contamination of housing with other allergens of pet origin and of infestations, particularly of fleas. These may have considerable consequences for follow-on tenants and landlords. Flea infestation of dogs and cats is common and is a considerable problem in accommodation. There are now very effective products for dogs and cats to prevent and control fleas, but of course it's up to the owners to administrate them appropriately. Fitted carpets and central heating provide ideal habitat for fleas, and most of the flea life cycle is in the environment where the eggs and larvae and adults are, and they could survive, the adults, for some considerable time without feeding. So a property that is infested but has been left empty for some time, when a person goes in there, the fleas will pounce on them for a feed as well as any animal. Only this weekend I was in my butcher's in my village in Perthshire, and I mentioned what we were doing today, and he told me about his girlfriend's experience in the cottage she rented in the village, which the previous tenants had had dogs and cats. She went into the empty cottage, turned on the central heating, and the place was hotching with fleas, as we'd say in Scotland. They had to get rid of all the carpets, sand the wooden floors, and varnish the floors. Another direct witness experience was from my researcher when we were preparing this, who has friends in Canterbury with a rented property, where the tenants had done a runner and not paid. When they went into the property, it was highly infested. It took 5 fumigation attempts by professional pest controllers over 4 months to get rid of that infestation, and cost the landlord nearly £1,000. So if insurance or a deposit arrangement can cover that, that is one thing. But my understanding is that insurance may be difficult to secure, and particularly for insect infestation. I'll leave this issue to experts here much more than me, including my noble friend, the Earl Lord Kinnoul. But I suggest that this is an important issue to resolve, because surveys show that 40% of landlords are unwilling to accept tenants who own a pet. And problems like this, unless resolved, I think, may clearly encourage more and more landlords to abandon the rented sector. So finally, could I ask the noble Baroness the Minister, what assessment has His Majesty's Government made of the likelihood of insurance provision or alternatives? Assistance dogs should be given special regard in regarding the provisions of the bill, so will His Majesty's Government consider establishing a register of assistance dogs and keepers to enable them to be identifiable by landlords? Thank you.
My Lords, I too would like to congratulate Lord Wilson and Baroness Brown on their entry to the House, and I actually really enjoyed both of your speeches that I felt were delivered with passion and what is always welcome in this House, humour. And I would firstly like to thank the Minister, who's been very generous with her time and answering our many and varied queries. My Lords, this has been a very lengthy and informed debate, and at times somewhat heated. And I was reminded, if I actually needed to be, that we are indeed a nation of pet lovers. But coming at this stage in the batting order, and knowing that now we all really want to just hear the noble lady, the Minister's responses to our very wide-ranging concern, I have ruled out a lot of facts and details that noble lords have diligently provided, and I am aiming to be succinct, hopefully, but not too repetitive. I'd firstly like to thank from our benches the very many who have sent us briefings, but particularly the Renters Coalition, especially Generation Rent and Shelter. And for the landlords, and let's be honest, the majority of good landlords, to the National Residential Landlords Association, Property Mark and LARG. They all welcome the bill in different ways, but see unintended consequences, which we must explore and seek to remedy them and strengthen the bill, which will be our task over coming months. As many have said, we too are pleased to receive this bill on the whole. There is much to be welcomed. The abolition of Section 21, which has been trailed so much and for so long that it's very much taken for granted. So we do not accept the plea from landlords that we should wait until the courts are ready. They should be by now. They too have had ample notice, but my question to the Minister is, are they? But that said, we do think there are other legitimate concerns from the landlord's side, as was very well expressed by Baroness Scott in her detailed introduction. And we will join in that ride on the seesaw. But in particular, we would like to ask the government for a timeline of the many and various aspects of the bill to provide certainty, and that's what has been missed in all this. The sector, tenants and landlords need certainty for all parties so we don't actually jeopardise the bill's key objectives in our haste and unpreparedness. It must be said, and it has been said by several noble lords, that a lack of supply over decades of homes for social rent has brought us to this crisis point. This was outlined particularly well by the noble Lord Best. And this has created an entire cohort of renters who would have previously been housed in social housing, but they are now struggling in the private rented sector. They can often be the most vulnerable, financially challenged and needing additional support. Our real concern is that despite this bill, they may well still be at the sharp end of renting, unable to access the rights enabled in the bill and vulnerable to being threatened by the least scrupulous landlords, as was more passionately and forcibly expressed by Lord Cromwell. We also have concerns for these residents around eligibility checks, Minister, and guarantors, and we really would need the issues raised by landlords to be fully answered in order to protect these renters. The bill relies on tenants to challenge their landlord across a range of issues, not only regarding rent rises, but also unfit properties and repairs, as we've heard. The bill, of course, does give tenants more rights, and we applaud that, but doubt whether these residents about whom we are most concerned will actually have the means or the motivation to take advantage of the new rights. Could the noble lady outline any changes that will be brought in, possibly in other ways, to support tenant advocacy, as is the case in the social rented sector? And I feel the contribution by Baroness Warwick pointed out just how complex the current system is. It will deter even the most hardy tenant. The bill is clear that a database could be a great aid to tenants in this regard, and we believe that it indeed does have the potential to be a game changer, as outlined by my noble friend Baroness Grender. We regret that the detail of its contents are to be left to secondary legislation and would seek some clear criteria to be enshrined in the bill to ensure that it really is fit for purpose. And in particular, we would support failure to register on the database becoming a breach of duty, which would count towards a rent repayment order to provide a real incentive to register, in addition to the heavy fines indicated in the bill. On renters' repayment orders, we are pleased that the bill introduces 6 more offences that constitute a breach, but feel this is somewhat neutered by the first-tier tribunal's powers. It appears that they must be satisfied beyond reasonable doubt that one of these offences has been committed, as this is the criminal standard of proof. It is a very high bar. And I listened intently to the nuanced and detailed responses of Lord Etherton on this matter. It is clear that many of us are concerned as to whether the measures in this bill would lead to a drop in supply. I think every one of us is concerned about that. It is strongly claimed by the landlord sector, and I believe evidence from Scotland has actually been mixed, but it's contested by others, as there may be different reasons why some of the baby boomer owners have decided that they've had enough and want to sell up. But what we feel is in no doubt is that there are legitimate concerns about the flight of landlords to the more lucrative short-term lets, such as Airbnb. This concern is heightened in the bill by the measure to abolish fixed-term tenancy, which, whilst a welcome measure for many, could have unintended consequences, which is why we feel some provision of a review should be built into the bill, no matter what it ends up being, because the rhetoric on both sides of this argument needs to be tested against reality. As the supply side is the crucial issue, perhaps the noble lady can tell us when there will be a level playing field between both rental sectors, as the Airbnb side is far less regulated at present, and there are no incentive to actually encourage landlords back. And several noble lords will say this bill is actually doing the opposite. The Liberal Democrats also support build to rent. Supply of this and social homes are vital to climb slowly out of our housing crisis. We can no longer rely solely on the landlord owning between 1 and 5 properties, as has been the main market for decades. Thus, we will explore some means to incentivise more build-to-rent. But we also want to keep the smaller landlords in the game, and we should acknowledge that repossession of one's property is a legitimate concern. They should be reassured that the grounds for repossession have been strengthened, but grounds 1A and B still remain a cause for concern. We believe the threshold for sale and moving in a family member should be higher than at present, as it could still be a fig leaf for an illegal eviction. For once the tenant has moved out, who is in fact going to check that the house is sold or the family have moved in? Which leads us to the legitimate questions that have been raised by several noble lords about capacity and resource readiness of local councils and other agencies to be able to deal with this bill. Enforcement and the capability of enforcement is a big issue, and without that effective enforcement, the bill fails. My Lords, we were very pleased that the Government has been bold enough to extend the Decent Home Standard and AWAB's law to the private rented sector. Many noble Lords supported this measure, but actually it's not an easy one. Let's not underestimate, having spoken to both landlords and tenants, to judge who is at fault. So I feel there is more debate there, but yet we know in our hearts that the consequences can be fatal. We are in no doubt it's going to be a leap for many landlords who genuinely want to improve their properties, but it's a mountain to climb, as too many of our properties are undecent, or is it indecent, which is really quite shocking for such a wealthy country. But what we're concerned about is the reality shown to us by numerous case studies, including from the Citizens Advice Bureau, that any property improvements resulting from public money have been shown to result in the landlord immediately asking for higher rent from the very tenant whose financial situation gave rise to the eligibility of the landlord to receive the grant and add value to their property in the first place. This cannot be right. We will be looking to explore this unfairness further at committee stage. We have already heard from several noble lords, and we were shocked to learn that Ministry of Defence properties are exempt from this bill. That argument has been put forcibly by others, but I will just say that our service families at the very least deserve the same as everyone else. And finally, my Lords, a key issue mentioned by several noble lords, especially memorable was the contribution by Baroness Lister, is the whole notion of affordability. We know that in many parts of the country, rent is simply not affordable, and my noble friend Lord Tope outlined the incredibly difficult situation in our capital city. But elsewhere too, people are paying a far higher percentage of their income on simply putting a roof over their heads. This is not sustainable, and the evidence and detail of this is irrefutable. We support the measures in the bill to try and give some stability to rent increases, as many people are stretching themselves to the maximum to pay rent, and the year-on-year increases implicit in the bill that do not keep up with wages increase and cost of living are simply unsustainable. We are sceptical about how the first-tier tribunal will work and the amount of work it may or may not end up with. And we do not agree that their criteria to agree on a fair rent should be market rent, precisely because of the dearth of supply. We would like to work with the Minister to find a way forward on rent increases that is fair to both landlords and tenants. Lastly, my lords, whilst we are not as pessimistic as some, we are also not without a degree of scepticism as to the unintended consequences of this bill and whether the seesaw is actually balanced or actually broken. But we will work constructively to get it over the line.
My Lords, I declare my interest as set out in the register, in particular being a councillor in central Bedfordshire. As a fellow North-Easterner, can I congratulate the noble Lord Wilson of Sedgefield on his excellent maiden speech, and also his mother's impending 100th birthday. I would also like to congratulate the noble Baroness Brown of Silverton on her passionate maiden speech, and I share her concerns for children. I'd also like to thank the noble Baroness, the Minister, for the time that she has given us and fellow Lords to explain the bill. And I'd also like to thank the many groups and people who have written to us and sent us submissions on this bill. My Lords, we will all want everyone to have a safe, secure and affordable home. The question is whether this bill will deliver on this or risks undermining a key housing sector to the detriment of landlords and tenants alike. The noble Baroness, the Minister, has argued that the government has no choice but to introduce this bill to reform the private sector. However, this assertion does not hold up under scrutiny. While the Renters Reform Bill was originally conceived by the previous Conservative government to address long-standing issues in the private rented sector, in its current form, it risks doing more harm than good. As we compare this bill with its predecessor, the Renters Reform Bill 2023-24, we see some striking differences. The changes proposed by the current government threaten to destabilise the private rented sector. This is a sector that has seen remarkable growth in recent years, housing nearly 19% of all households, some 4.6 million people. Rather than providing the stability renters need, this bill risks exacerbating the very problems it seeks to resolve. According to Scotland's housing network, 16% of landlords are scaling back their supply and 12% are considering leaving the sector altogether. Scotland shows that over-regulation proposed here has pushed landlords out of the market, reducing housing supply and leaving renters in a worse position with the highest rent increases in the UK. While these reforms are meant to protect tenants, they threaten to leave them with fewer choices and higher costs. My Lords, the Renters' Rights Bill, as has been said by many in this chamber, including Noble Lord Best, the Noble Lord Thurlow and the Noble Lord Truscott, risks introducing a series of provisions that are set to significantly disrupt the private rented sector. It is a well-established fact that private landlords, when faced with increased regulation, often choose to exit the market. This is not just speculation. The National Residential Landlords Association 2023 research revealed that 1 in 4 landlords were considering selling at least one of their properties due to increased regulations, with many citing the Renters Reform Bill as a major factor. According to the English Private Landlord Survey in 2024, 31% of landlords plan to decrease the number of properties or sell them altogether, compared to 16% in 2018. Get Living, a significant player in the build-to-rent sector, has expressed serious concerns about how these changes could undermine long-term investment in the rental homes. Savills, Hamptons, Zoopla and others warn that the provisions in this bill could exacerbate the housing crisis. This is a concerning trend that will directly impact housing availability As more landlords leave the market, there will be fewer rental homes, and it will be tenants who feel the effects of this most acutely. Moreover, by reducing investment in the rental sector, these reforms could also undermine the government's targets for house building. The previous Conservative government worked hard to increase housing stock, delivering 2.5 million homes between 2010 and 2024, and 1 million delivered during the last Parliament. If the proposed changes in this bill push landlords out of the market, it will risk reversing progress on housing delivery. Further, data from Oxford Economics paints a grim picture. Only 1 in 8 renters can afford to purchase a home in their area. For many, the private rented sector is the only viable option. But these new regulations are forcing landlords to sell their properties, tightening an already overstretched market. I asked the noble Baroness the Minister to explain why this bill seems to accelerate the exodus of landlords from the market and what steps the government intends to take to reverse this damaging trend. Section 21 and the court system and its impact. An issue that has been raised by many noble lords, particularly struck by the words of the noble and learned Lord Etherton and noble Earl Kinnoul on this issue. The previous Conservative government was clear in its approach. Any abolition of Section 21 would only come after significant reform of Her Majesty's Courts and Tribunal Service. This would have ensured that the court system was ready and able to process cases efficiently and fairly. Unfortunately, this bill abandons that commitment, rushing forward with the abolition of Section 21 without first addressing the ongoing strain in our courts. Our court system is already under immense strain. Landlords are facing significant delays when seeking possession of a property, and these delays would only worsen with the proposed changes to Section 1. The first-tier tribunal is already overwhelmed with challenges related to rent increases. It can take up to 10 weeks for the tribunal to make a decision at present. Introducing additional cases to this already overburdened system risks further delays, which would ultimately harm both tenants and landlords alike. Moreover, the draft legislation includes provisions enabling tenants to challenge rent increases more easily. While the right to challenge unjust rent hikes is important, the process outlined in this bill could overwhelm our already stretched court system. As highlighted by my noble friend Baroness Eaton and noble friend Lord Northbrook, a system that allows all rent increases to be appealed with no downside risks flooding the court system. How will the first-tier tribunal manage the added burden of rent appeals when it is already struggling with its current caseload? The abolition of Section 21 repossessions means that responsible landlords will be forced to rely on the courts to process legitimate possession cases. However, as the Housing Minister himself admitted in the Bill Committee in the other place, the UK court system is on its knees. While the Minister correctly argues that court readiness is essential to the successful operation of the new system, which I assume refers to the abolition of Section 21 and the resulting shift in the equilibrium of the renters' market, Her Majesty's government has yet to clarify what court readiness truly means in practical terms. What resources will be allocated to ensure that courts are properly equipped for these reforms? The Law Society has rightly warned that without investment in housing, legal aid and the courts, the bill will not achieve its aims. Student lets have been raised by many noble lords. The draft legislation exempts purpose-built student accommodation from the requirement to end fixed-term tenancies, a provision we agree with. However, this exemption will not apply to other forms of student accommodation, such as private rental properties where second and third-year undergraduates typically reside. This government has abandoned our commitment to sufficiently carve out student accommodation, where it is essential that both landlords and tenants have the certainty of a fixed-term contract to plan for subsequent years. My lords, what about masters and PhD students who often require long-term accommodation, typically in smaller, privately rented properties? According to data from the accommodationforstudents.com, 1- and 2-bedroom properties make up 1/3 of all student housing. The provision of purpose-built student accommodation should be extended to include all student properties, ensuring the smooth operation of the entire student housing market and protecting the annual cycle of student rentals. In conclusion, my lords, the need for more homes in the private rented sector is urgent. Savills estimate that by 2031 we will need as many as 1 million additional homes for private rent to keep up with rising demand. How then can we afford to risk policies that may drive landlords out of the market and make the shortage even worse? My lords, as the noble Earl Lytton commented, how do we strike the right balance between protecting tenants and maintaining a healthy rental market that supports investment and meets the needs of renters across the country? It is crucial that the government listens to the voices of landlords, housing experts and tenants who have raised concerns about the impact of this bill. We intend to bring forward amendments throughout the passage of this bill and address some of the most pressing concerns. Ultimately, we must ensure that the policies we put in place strengthen, not weaken, the system that provides homes for renters, while also supporting landlords who are crucial to meeting the nation's housing needs. The future of our rental market depends on striking that balance.
My lords, can I thank all noble lords who, for their excellent contributions. It's been a very interesting and thoughtful debate, and with the expertise that we have around the House, it's been a pleasure to listen to the contributions. I felt a bit at times like Dr. Dolittle as the debates ranged from fleas to parrots to packs of Alsatians, and I'll come on to pets in a moment. But can I, first of all, congratulate my noble friends, Lord Wilson of Sedgefield and Baroness Brown of Silvertown, on their outstanding maiden speeches. The noble Lord Wilson, very moving references to the history of our industrial heritage and his own family's part in that. And can I congratulate him on his new grandchild and wish his mum a happy 100th birthday. And to Baroness Brown, I was very pleased to hear about her East End heritage. That's where my own family came from, with my dad's family growing up in Bethnal Green and then Walthamstow, and in Hymes Park, where I spent a great deal of my childhood with my granny. So welcome to the House. We all very much look forward to working with you. All three of us are examples of the social mobility which should be everyone's opportunity, not just in our country, but as Baroness Brown pointed out, across the world. And of course, safe, secure, affordable housing is part of that social mobility, so very appropriate for today's debate. I will endeavour to respond to all noble lords' points. There was a great deal in the debate. If I miss anything, I will, of course, write to noble lords afterwards, but also we can have many further discussions, I'm sure, in committee on these points. And before I get on to those specific points, can I just comment that, and others have made the point, it is a bit disappointing, bearing in mind that this does build on the bill brought by the previous government, that Conservatives voted against this bill in the Commons. And to Lord Howard's remarks about my government's competency on housing, I hope he was listening to what many other peers have said about the housing crisis, because it's his party that has presided over that, not mine. But I will go into some more details on the bill and the points that people have made. Some very, very important issues raised, and we will give much further consideration to those in committee stage. And I'll start with the issues around abolishing Section 21, mentioned by many noble lords, but by Baroness Scott, by Lord Cromwell in particular, and Baroness Thornhill. It's one of the government's most pressing objectives to remove Section 21 from the statute book as soon as possible. The new tenancy system for the private rented sector will be introduced in one stage. At this point, it will apply to all private rented tenancies, and existing tenancies will convert to the new system, including those that currently have a fixed term. New tenancies signed after the date will also be governed by the new rules. Thereafter, no private landlord will be able to serve a new Section 21 notice. This single date will prevent a confusing two-tier system and give all tenants security in their homes immediately. I would like to reassure noble lords, and as the noble Baroness Thornhill said, I'm very grateful for all the briefings we've received on this, and to all of those organisations that have campaigned so hard for so long on behalf of both landlords and tenants. And we will work closely with all parts of the sector, including the courts, to ensure a smooth transition to the new system. And we will provide sufficient notice ahead of implementation. The noble Baroness Eaton, Lord Howard, Lord Cromwell, Lord Milesford and Baroness Thornhill made some points about the abolition of fixed terms, and I understand the concerns about that, but as I made clear in my opening speech, this is a core principle of the bill and a change this government believes is fundamental to providing security of tenure. It was also the policy of the last government and stands as a core foundation of our tenancy regime. We just don't accept that fixed terms offer the best structure for renters. They oblige them to pay rent regardless of the standard of the property or whether it's best for their circumstances. And they restrict renters' freedom to move if they need to. My lords, these changes don't pose any threat to good landlords who operate fairly and comply with the rules. Tenants don't move house unless they absolutely have to do so because of the cost and upheaval. If they do leave, they'll be required to provide 2 months' notice, giving landlords time to find new tenants. We're not prepared to lock tenants in for longer, which would prevent them leaving properties with dangerous hazards or even in situations of domestic abuse. And several noble lords, I will go through the list, there's quite a lot of people mentioned the issues about the potential impact of these reforms on supply in the private rented sector. Baroness Scott, Lord Best was a bit more positive about this, Lord Willits, Lord Etherton, Lord Shipley, Lord Thurlow, Lord Carter, Lord Howard, Lord Cromwell, Earl Lytton, Lord Northbrook, Baroness Thornhill and Lord Jamieson. I understand the concerns about supply, and it's something we've considered very carefully. While we understand the new system may spark a period of adaptation, we don't believe the reforms will lead to the sort of landlord exodus that some have mooted. The sector's doubled in size since the early 2000s, and there is no evidence of an exodus since the reform has been put on the table. In addition, the recent 23-24 English Housing Survey indicated that the size of the PRS has remained broadly stable since 2013-14. Our proposals make sure that landlords have the confidence and the support they need to continue to invest and operate in the sector. I thought the noble Lord Best made some good points about the potential for PRS properties returning to social housing. I'd like to think that might be the case. We'll wait and see whether that does happen. I know some local authorities are already started to buy up private property that comes on the market. In terms of affordability of properties, noble lords have raised this issue. Baroness Lister made a very powerful intervention on this, and I'm grateful to her for that. Noble Lord Truscott, Baroness Thornhill, Baroness Yankee and Lord Desai. We recognise the affordability pressures faced by those living in the private rented sector. The Renters' Rights Bill works to strengthen tenants' rights as a whole, stronger powers to challenge excessive rent hikes, complement the increase in security through the abolition of Section 21 evictions. Tenants will no longer be too frightened of eviction to challenge that bad behaviour, and the bill also takes practical steps to help renters by ending those unfair bidding wars, preventing landlords from demanding large amounts of rent in advance, and tackling rental discrimination. We do hope that will help. The noble Baroness Lister did raise the issue of local housing allowances. And in order to deliver our commitment to build more affordable homes, we've had to take some difficult decisions to address the challenging fiscal context. The government currently spends around £30 billion annually on housing support, and the April 24 one-year local housing allowance increase costs an additional £1.2 billion in 24-25 and approximately £7 billion over 5 years. However, we do keep this under review, and we will continue to look at that. A number of noble lords raised concerns about the strain on the court system, and I think that's it's a serious concern. We take it seriously. Baroness Scott, Earl Kinnaul, Lord Truscott, Lord Milesford, Lord Northbrook and Lord Jamieson. We don't believe it's appropriate to tie in the implementation date of these urgently needed reforms to what could be a subjective assessment of court readiness. I would like to reassure your lordships we're working very closely with the Ministry of Justice to assess the impacts of our legislation on the courts and tribunals, and to ensure the justice system is prepared for the implementation of the bill more generally. Our discussions with the MOJ cover a range of options for managing the impact of these and our other housing reforms, including mitigations to help avoid disputes arising in the first place, thereby keeping away some of this from the courts, and to manage the risks that are associated. After my many years in local government, I wasn't at all surprised that noble lords raised the issue of local government resourcing. Baroness Eaton, Lord Tope, Lord Davis and Baroness Thornhill have rightly pointed out that strengthening the enforcement framework will count for little if local authorities don't have the resources to act. Some local authorities already enforce effectively, but we acknowledge the resourcing challenges that many authorities are facing. However, it should be noted that local authorities will not need to enforce the full set of reforms until later down the line, as measures in the bill don't all happen at the same time. In the first instance, we want to pursue a polluter pays approach, which will see bad landlords meet the costs of the enforcement against them, and we are supporting that by extending and increasing civil penalties, which will be ring-fenced for that enforcement. But I accept more must be done. In accordance with the new burdens doctrine, I think it was Lord Tope that asked about that, we will ensure that additional asks on local authorities as a result of our reforms are fully funded. We'll look hard at how best we can further boost capacity and capability and create that sustainable funding system over the longer term. A number of noble lords raised issues of extending the provisions in the bill. Baroness Grinder and Baroness Thornhill particularly referred to MOD accommodation. I think other noble lords may have raised that as well. The government strongly agrees that we owe our dedicated military personnel and their families safe and decent homes. However, bringing that accommodation within the scope of the system in the bill is not the right way to achieve this. The decent home standard is already used by the MOD as a benchmark for service family accommodation. It has a policy that no homes fall below the decent home standards, and if homes do fall below this level during occupation, works are undertaken to restore them to the minimum standard. The MOD has developed its own higher Defence Decent Homes Plus standard, its target standard for all service family accommodation, and MOD ministers are committed to reviewing that target standard as part of the new military housing strategy for service accommodation, with the aim of improving the standard of service family accommodation across the estate. This is in line with the recommendations of the Kerslake Review, which has been mentioned by noble lords, and the House of Commons Defence Committee's recommendations in their report into service accommodation, which was published at the end of last year. The MOD will provide further information on this review early in this year. In terms of the extension to Home Office accommodation mentioned by the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Lincoln, Baroness Lister, Lord Tope, Lord Davis, the contracts the Home Office has with providers of asylum accommodation should already require it to meet the decent home standard. I've heard the messages from noble lords, and I will have further negotiations with and discussions with colleagues in the Home Office about that. I've also seen the briefing by London councils, and again I'll discuss that with Home Office colleagues. In terms of temporary and emergency accommodation, we do need to think about that, and I'll come back to that at committee stage if that's okay. The noble Lord Cashman, I would like to thank him for his persistence in raising the issues about houseboat owners and residents. We recognise the occupants of residential boats have the benefit of protection under the Protection from Eviction Act and wider consumer protection legislation, but they don't enjoy the same level of tenure security as those in the private rented sector. This bill is focused on reforming the assured tenancy regime. Houseboat owners fall outside of the scope of the assured tenancy regime, but we will consider what further action might be necessary to provide houseboat owners with greater security in their homes. Now I'm going to move on to pets for a moment, and some very interesting contributions on this subject from Lord Trees, from Lord Carter, Baroness Fuchs, Lord Black, and other noble lords. And can I say to Baroness Fuchs, I'm very happy to have a meeting with her, and the guidance will possibly come from the outcomes of the appeals, but I think for consideration while we go through the committee stages as well, but I thank her for her contribution. And, you know, very little can be done to evoke the same sense of joy as I think Lord Black outlined as a beloved family pet. We don't believe that experience should be denied to those who are not able to own their own homes. And for this reason, we're introducing the right. There are reasonable limitations to that, and these measures will end the choice between having a pet or a rented home and ensure that everyone in England can benefit from the great companionship that having a pet brings. I hope we can continue to work with the Noble Elkanor on the insurance issues. They were also raised by Baroness Scott, by Lord de Clifford, Lord Trees. Landlords will be able to charge reasonable costs of insurance. We do listen to the concerns that insurance products won't be available to cover the risks of pets, but there is currently a reduced demand for landlord pet insurance, as many landlords simply refuse to allow pets. So we hope the market will respond to the increased demand for these products. And to the Noble Lord Trees, I will take up his point about assistance dogs. I think that's an issue, so I'll pick that up. I think we've covered pets. Right, on the issues around students that many noble lords have raised, we have introduced a new ground specific to the so-called typical student, those living in shared houses who sign up each year, and this will preserve the annual cycle of student housing. I understand the issues raised by noble lords, and no doubt we'll come back to this at committee, but we must be very careful not to leave a loophole here. We don't intend it to capture every student, far from it. I don't think it's right, for example, a parent who lives alone with their children should be evicted just because they're studying at university. Those tenants should have the same security as everyone else. So to Baroness Scott, Baroness Warwick, Lord Willits, Lord Shipley, we can discuss this further, but I do think it's we need to proceed with caution here. A number of noble lords raised the issue about ground 4A being too narrow. The government recognises the impact the new tenancy system will have. While we believe the ground covers the majority of the market, there isn't a one-size-fits-all solution, and we think it's reasonable that a ground will apply to full-time students in larger house share situations. Students studying part-time alongside work or living in smaller properties, as I said before, should enjoy the same security as other tenants. A number of noble lords have raised the issue of rent increases. Baroness Eaton, Lord Northbrook, Baroness Janke, Lord Milesford. The government is clear that this will stop a minority of rogue landlords who try to use rent increases as a means to backdoor eviction. Measures in this bill will ensure this doesn't happen. All rent increases will take place via the Section 13 process, so the tenant can challenge them if necessary, and we think that's a really important part to give tenants the assurance they need. And we will only allow one rent increase per year, and will increase the required notice to give tenants longer to prepare for rent increases. Lord Shipley and Lord Howard, Lord Inglewood all raised the issue about rent appeals, and we will give tenants greater confidence to challenge their unfair rent increases at first-tier tribunal by ensuring the tenant won't pay more than the landlord originally asked for following a tribunal determination. And we're going further. We will end the practice of backdating rent increases to stop tenants from being thrust into debt. And to protect the most vulnerable tenants in cases of undue hardship, the tribunal will be able to delay the start of the rent increase for up to 2 months. Taken together, we hope these measures ensure that tenants have a right of appeal and prevent rent increases being used as a backdoor route to eviction. Several noble lords spoke passionately about rent controls. And I think this is an important topic for me to clarify. Baroness Grender, Baroness Lister, Baroness Jones, Baroness Janke and Lord Davis. The government has no plans to implement rent controls. Doing so may hinder rather than help the market, and the evidence strongly suggests controls would have a long-term negative impact on housing supply, discouraging investment and leading to declining property standard. Heavy-handed controls tend to mean higher rents at the start of a tenancy and can make it harder for tenants to find a home. They also encourage the growth of unregulated subletting, as seen in countries like Sweden, where rent controls have been introduced, which can leave the most vulnerable tenants exposed to even higher costs and minimal protections. That's not to say the government doesn't care deeply about affordability, and we are helping with the practical steps of ending bidding wars, prohibiting requests for large amounts of upfront rent, and empowering tenants to challenge unreasonable rent increases. Noble Lords have suggested the rent in advance provisions will make it harder for some tenants to access the private rented sector. We have heard the arguments that requesting large amounts of rent in advance can give landlords the confidence to let. However, for the majority of renters who don't have access to large cash reserves, these requests are simply too big a price to pay. Landlords and agents, in terms of guarantors, landlords and agents will have the final say on who they let their property to. We are clear that landlords should consider a tenant's individual circumstances when negotiating the rental. They are free to agree rental conditions within the law that best enables a sustainable tenancy, and landlords will be able to continue to take a holding deposit of up to 1 week's rent and a tenancy deposit of 5 or 6 weeks' rent. I see my time's drawing to a close, so I'm going to conclude my remarks now, as I knew I wouldn't get through all of the issues, but I will respond in writing to all noble peers who have taken part in the debate to answer the other questions. Can I reiterate my thanks to your lordships for engagement with the bill to this point? As the bill progresses, I'm very happy to accommodate any requests from noble lords for additional briefings wherever possible and helpful. The Renters' Rights Bill honours our government's manifesto commitment to overhaul the regulation of the private rented sector. I believe these reforms take great strides in empowering tenants, giving them greater security and stopping them being exploited, and landlords will also be supported. And rogue operators who tarnish the reputation of the good ones will be driven out. It is important to reiterate it is not the intention to demonise either landlords or tenants. They both want stable tenancies with well-maintained properties and regular rent payments. I look forward very much to working with your lordships during the passage of this important bill. I commend this bill to the House. My lords, I beg to move.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Contrary, not content. The contents have it.
My lord, I beg to move the other motions that stand in my name on the order paper.
The question is that the motion the question is that this motion be agreed to. As many as are of that opinion will say content. Contrary, not content. The contents have it.
My lords, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
The House do now adjourn.